Another one. Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me okay? Fabulous. Nice to see you all. Are you good to go? Is that working? Yeah. That was my check. Thank you all for coming. And we're going to get started now. So, welcome.
Jason's like, I want to start on time. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cheryl. Warm welcome to Second Wave. We'd firstly like to thank you for attending the event and, as always, supporting the work that we do. My name is Cheryl Brown, and I'm chair of the trustees here at Second Wave.
And I'm Donna Pinto, I'm the trustee.
This afternoon's event is a community forum, and as such, we will be discussing the impact of hate crime and the lives of women and girls in our communities, and what we can do to bring these issues to the forefront, and most importantly, combat them. If you've been to one of Second Wave's hate crime events before, you will know this event has been organised with some of our local partners for Hate Crime Awareness Week.
Our aim is to acknowledge the increasing seriousness of hate crimes for women and girls, and how we can work together to address the priority of the safety of our communities. We'll be hearing from a range of speakers from all areas of our community today, who are seeing and dealing with the issues that women are facing on a daily basis. Hopefully these presentations will provoke some interesting and insightful debates amongst us, and I can't wait.
So on behalf of the trustees here at Second Wave, we hope you have an interesting and enjoyable experience here today. I'm going to hand over to you and guide us through today's events. So thanks again for your support.
Hi everyone, I'm Jessica, but please call me Jess. As Cheryl and Donna mentioned, today's hate crime event will be a day to listen and to share ideas around hate crime and its impact on the lives of women and girls. Before we get started, I've got some quick words on housekeeping. So can I please ask everyone to make sure their phones are switched off or on silent. We will also be taking some pictures, so please don't take any, but they are only for in-house purposes. We'll also be recording our speakers, but we've spoken with them, but again, only for in-house purposes. Both male and female toilets are just out here and to the right, ladies and gents. And lastly, in the event of a fire alarm, please leave the building promptly and calmly through the main entrance that you came from, out this way, or out this way and to your right again, and out the back entrance, down the stairs, and then we'll reconvene at 48th Street. The format of today will go a bit like this. We'll be hearing from a few speakers, and then we'll have some time for question and discussion after each presentation. But we have a lot to go through, so I'll have to be a bit strict on timekeeping, as Cheryl mentioned. So if you see me do this, it kind of means we've got to wrap it up, but I'll try not to be too harsh. But we'd love to hear from as many of you as possible. So if you have a look on your tables, you'll all see some post-it notes. So if at any point you have a question and you don't really have time to get to it, jot it down, and hopefully we'll have some time at the end to kind of come back and address some of those questions for you. Now that I've got all the boring bits out of the way, the fun part. So to kick off, we'll be looking at how we as a community can protect women and girls from hate crime, its subsequent risks and impact, what needs to change for the safety of women and girls, and also how best we can tackle these issues. In this section, I am joined by Detective Superintendent Richard McDonough from South East London's VCU Senior Leadership Team, Josie Ashdown from Bench Outreach, Frankie Nuttall from the 999 Project, Ebony Wilson from the Women and Girls Network, and Jenny Josie, who will be joining us, Louise Savage Knight, and Emma Cross from the Police Community Engagement Team in Lewisham. And then we have apologies from Latifa Gumar from the Lewisham Refugee and Migrant Network. She sends her apologies, but unfortunately she's not feeling very well today, so she could not be here. So, without further ado, I'd like to hand over to my first speaker, Deputy Superintendent Richard McDonough.
Good afternoon.
Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. If I bring this, it's because I've pulled a muscle in my back, so I'm not happy to be here. But, I thank you very much for having me. Thank you for the invite, Phil. And yeah, it's good to come down and join these sort of events. So if I just introduce myself, I'm Richard McDonough, Detective Superintendent. I'm the Deputy PCU Commander for South East PCU, so that's the police areas for Lewisham, Bexley and Greenwich boroughs. But my role is the Head of Public Protection, and in that role it's obviously very closely relates to our agenda today because it hugely impacts on women living on the VCU. So just to outline the nature of the responsibility I have there, we are responsible for investigating all of the domestic abuse, so that would be within our community safety teams. And I know that isn't just women, but predominantly our victims of crime in that area are women. I also have our Sapphire investigation team, so they are responsible for the investigation into serious sexual offences. They can also be domestic related offences, but also wider offences where offenders are not known previously. I have the child abuse teams, they're the familial child abuse teams that deal with those kind of investigations. I also have responsibility for teams dealing with exploitation, so that's a child exploitation team, and responsible for all of the intelligence sharing with partners in children's social care through our MASH. I am also the child safeguarding lead for the VCU and the adult safeguarding lead for the VCU. I've been doing the role for about 20 months now, so I bring with it a bit of knowledge and experience. And so having sort of outlined the role, I think, you know, the nature of our responsibilities in terms of investigations, they're quite spread, and I've sort of spoken about where situations where we know who our offenders are and situations where we don't. And predominantly the work that my teams do is in relation to domestic abuse, where we know who our offenders are. South East VCU is one of the busiest VCUs in London. So London's split into 12 areas, South East is one of the 12. And actually in terms of domestic offences, we suffer the second highest number of offences, very close to West area, which covers the boroughs in Western London. So it's a huge issue for us as a VCU, and a concern for me because the volume is incredible, and in any given month we have sort of 900 to 1,000 offences every single month. I have a dedicated team who will investigate those offences, which will be in my CSU team. But the number of officers to number of offences mean that the volumes are incredibly high, and it's a challenging area for investigations. And we can go down a real funnel just looking at domestic abuse alone. So that's a huge challenge. And when we talk about violence against women and girls, the crime is quite spread, and that's why I think the sort of known offender and unknown offender is quite a good distinction, because in our Sapphire teams who deal with the sexual offences, predominantly the crime we deal with in there will be of a domestic nature and in that kind of relationship or ex-relationship context, but also we deal with the stranger offences, which are thankfully fewer in number, but nevertheless, they are still an issue, and they would be the most serious sexual offences, and the kind of lower level, and I mean that in terms of criminal sentencing, not in terms of any wrong judgment, but the lower level offending, which might be considered things like flashing or kind of sexual offending, where touching type offences rather than the more serious offences. Those are dealt with in our CID teams, which sit with another area of the business. But it's an incredible challenge. It's some of the barriers that we really face in this area is making sure that we are efficient with our processes, that we deal with our offenders effectively, and especially focusing around sort of repeat offenders, people who are recidivists. And it's just a personal view. I do wonder if there's enough being done in terms of how we work with recidivist offenders and how we engage with them in order to prevent that cycle of crime, because you do see offenders who will just assist over time. So a number of challenges. Volume is a challenge. Complexity of investigations are a challenge. We live in an enlightened world with digital devices, but that carry a lot of material, and certainly there was been a landmark case in criminal justice back in 2017 or 18 that really caused huge challenges for us in terms of how we build cases. And I know actually the information commissioners have looked at that aspect in terms of victims of crime and how far the police are required to go in order to look at a victim's history, which might seem unrelated, but it will go as deep as trying to understand the integrity of the victim. And some of these responsibilities that are sort of pushed on the police are not entirely police's choice. They are related to the expectations of the criminal justice system in order that a fair trial can occur. So a number of challenges. I mean, Phil, I'm not scripted today, quite unfortunately, or maybe in a good way, but Phil suggested maybe there'd be some questions, so I'm happy to kind of leave it there and hand over to my co-speakers.
Thank you very much. I have a question, but first I'd like to open up to see if anyone has any questions to start off with before I kind of ask them.
Could the volume be up just a little bit more?
Yeah.
Just the traffic noise is quite high.
Please.
Don't bring those.
I could just speak louder.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, so my question was that today we heard that 625 Metropolitan Police officers have received allegations of either sexual or domestic abuse. And my question to you is, what's being done about that, and what can we now do to kind of build trust off the back of that? Because, as officers, these are the people that we would hope are protecting someone's kind of things. So that's,
So we have a new commissioner in the Met now, Sir Mark Rowley. So he's been with us about 6 weeks or so, maybe longer. And he's obviously come in with his own view on how we should sort of police London. Focusing on achieving greater levels of trust and higher standards. And, he's been very clear that one of his main priorities in terms of it's weeding out corruption within the police. That you can only address the problem if you know what the problem is, and in order to do that, you have to leave no stone unturned, and you need to sort of interrogate, and you need to do a sort of deep dive. And I think you know, whilst those numbers might sound alarming, in the context of a organisation of 35,000 officers, you know, the numbers then, I'm not saying in any way that it's insignificant, but they're the numbers, then you can put a different slant on those. And I suppose, actually, I think one of the key things for me is to know that victims of crime are feeling confident enough to come forward and make those reports. And those reports have been investigated. I heard the Commissioner talk this morning about corruption. He did a live event this morning for about half an hour, and he's set up an anti-corruption command. And so whilst there's an existing part of the organisation, the director of professional standards that would deal with routine investigations of this nature, so that you would have these kind of offences. You know, the anti-corruption command is actually looking to go deeper and looking at some of the behaviours, some of the you know, the group thing that might be there. You know, seeing news in the last few weeks in relation to retired police officer and WhatsApp groups, and you know, there's kind of this recurring thing with WhatsApp groups and inappropriate and deeply offensive material being shared on groups. And you know, so the Commission is keen to kind of look at technology, I think, as a way forward in terms of how you would kind of identify groups engaging in this kind of activity. I'm sure some of that work's going to be incredibly complex, but effectively looking at some of the covert tactics that we would use to deal with organised criminal networks and using those in a different way to root out some of our offenders. So you know, I think it's you know, the Commissioner's back decision and really focusing on making sure that we have a proper response to some of the problems. And so, you know, that's the problem. And I wasn't aware of the numbers. I hadn't heard where the article today. But I think the key thing is actually that the policing response to that is effective and it's efficient.
Yeah.
Yes, hello. My name's Caroline Burgess. I used to be a trustee of Secondary. I also used to work in Holloway Prison with.
Complaint was made and there was material found on the mobile phone that then compromised the investigation, and it almost then became that became a catalyst for digging deeper into some of our you know, victims, our survivors' accounts, and that caused us incredible difficulty with the you know, the scale of material, the size of material that people store on their mobile phones. But yeah, I mean, around the you know, the recidivist offending is you know, inherently a challenge because it's you know, the things that drive that are various and diverse, and you know, we have integrated offender management teams which are focused on some types of offending, really around that kind of repeat acquisitive crime, but not necessarily around some of the sort of crime that we're talking about here. I'm particularly interested in perpetrator programs for domestic offenders, because I think that would be, you know, given the scale of our offending, you know, if we could do more to work out what's sat behind these offending patterns, you know, not, you know, we grade the risk that's associated with our domestic offending, and it's either sort of low, medium, or high, and most of our crime is standard risk, medium or high, and most of the crime that we see is standard risk. And in those crimes, sometimes there's opportunity to divert or to prevent a reoccurrence, which might not need to involve the criminal justice system, in my view. But yeah, there's I know there's work going on in that area with WOPAC, and I don't know where they're at with it at the moment, but it's certainly something that's being considered.
Do I have any more questions from?
Just wanted to add a little bit to what the comments just said about because I was in the same, as I'm also a police officer, I was in the same briefing, and he said something that I didn't want anyone to miss, and that's about this new anti-corruption command that has been set up. So there was an existing anti-corruption command. What the Commission has done is expanded the remit to include all of these abuses that we've seen. And what was really communicated is the level of commitment in proactively finding officers who are abusing their powers and getting rid of them. So, in terms of what the men is doing, there's a lot that's happening. So, I've just been through a promotion process, hopefully not with it. But it was really interesting going through all the assessments, and one of the key things was, you know, I was being grilled on what my plans for delivering safety to one people, particularly women, if I was chief inspector of PCU. That's what it was. So I'm saying that just to kind of build, Mr. Farmer said, the level of commitment that is in there is very high. Very, very high. And so we're talking about capabilities that we have used to target terrorists and all human networks are now being turned internally to find.
Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Sharon, who has a question for you guys. I'm going to take you off the hot seat and flip it onto you guys.
Yeah, so thank you. It was just based on what Richard was saying. He said I could call it Richard. Based on Richard was saying in regards to some of like the crazy WhatsApp groups. I wrote down crazy WhatsApp groups. So it's always great to have officers who are in a high position to hear what's happening at top level. But I'm always interested to hear what's going on the ground with officers. And we're lucky enough to have quite a lot of officers in the room at the moment. So I'm not going to pick on anyone, like I said I would. But it'd be interesting to hear from a female perspective how you feel the culture is on the ground for you guys, dealing with, even as female officers. I'm not even actually talking about victims of crime, as important as they are. I want to have for you as female officers. And then as men, male officers, how you deal with the culture, whether, I'm not saying WhatsApp groups, but just the culture in general. And I saw.
Yeah, sorry, I'm quite passionate about domestic violence and stuff like that. So just like as police officers, we don't want other officers in the job that are abusing their powers and doing stuff like that. So just as a PC level, I know if we saw anyone on our team or if we saw anyone that we thought, oh, that's out of order, I know 100% it would get reported and something would be done about it. In regards to domestic violence and stuff, I think even within the police, men and women, but we can also be victims of domestic violence, and I think it's quite hard as a police officer to come out and say, oh, actually I'm a victim of domestic violence. So personally, I know that I've written a blog about domestic violence and how we can raise awareness of officers who are actually suffering from it, because sometimes I think at work you just go in, you're a police officer, you're not just, I'm not just Sam, I'm a police officer, you've got to put on this front that nothing bothers you and stuff like that. As a female PC, I know I'm on TSG, it's quite male orientated. I think we do sometimes have a hard job within the police trying to get our voices across and get heard. However, I do think that is changing now with the violence against women and some of the changes that we're seeing in the police. I don't know, I'm sort of going off topic, I know, but just WhatsApp groups and stuff like that. If people are putting comments in WhatsApp groups that are inappropriate, they are immediately challenged, and we don't want them in the job as well. So yeah, just as a piece of it, things are getting challenged and people are putting in complaints and raising it up for other people to do stuff about it.
Great, thank you, perfect. And is there any male officers that would like to comment on the culture, especially around, as it's about women and girls today, the stuff that they see as male and how it makes them feel or how they deal with it? Any male officers? Not senior ones?
Okay, well, I'm a skipper on the TSG, my name's Ashley.
I don't know what's the difference.
Sergeant.
Oh,
So not quite as high as the governor over here, or Benson, just a little bit higher, so.
Thanks.
But when I heard the number 625, automatically people think it's a bad thing. It isn't a bad thing. But that just shows that people are willing to report their own colleagues. Because one thing the message has been driven down from the top, which I drive to my officers as well, is you can't just sit there and watch it, because the ones that sit there and watching it are getting themselves in trouble as well. So it's literally, that sort of mentality is now gone. So it's like, you're just as bad as the one that just accepts it, stands there and doesn't say anything. You're going to be in trouble just as much. So this is why there is like, I think there's been a huge culture change over the last 2-3 years, especially where we're working, inclusivity.
Encouraging our staff to come forward and say what's wrong. But then we have to put some resource behind that to actually be able to do something when they tell us. So the creation of the anti-corruption command within the existing framework of our misconduct departments, and within that, the domestic and sexual abuse element of that as well, which is the part of the reports about the BBC today. You see those large numbers, and they are scary, aren't they? They are horrifying. People are thinking, wow, these people are small enough to protect us. And actually, this is what they're doing. But it's kind of, there's the other side to the narrative is this represents progress and massive progress, because would the public rather be in a blissful ignorance? I suspect not really, about there's an awful lot of stuff going on which should not be going on, and we need to do something about it. But in being open and transparent about what we're doing and showing this is actually
around the room, and if we just briefly introduce ourselves, name and where you're coming here from today, just so we all, get a little bit more acquainted, because I didn't do that. I you know who we are, we don't know who's not. So if I can start over here and then kind of work that way, that's okay. So starting with you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael Hatfield, and I work for Stockgate UK, and so we're commissioned to provide a 24/7 service here in Lewisham.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Simon. I also work for Stockgate UK. Sorry, I sat next to you.
Yeah.
The rule wants to sit somewhere else, and what I'm so.
Thank you. And then
Hi, I'm Becky Smith, and I'm from the University of Greenwich, and I'm social psychologist.
I'm Jo Jameson from the University of Greenwich and IOB, and I'm a professor of education.
Hi, I'm Martin Gormley, and I'm the event manager for London Borough of Lewisham, and I'll be giving a little chat later on the links between misogynistic hate and violent extremism.
James Mitchell, I'm a Lewisham resident. I'm on the Safe Name Board, I hate crime, and also run the custody visitors for Lewisham.
Hello, I'm Jenny Jones. I'm Sergeant on the partnership with South East PCU, and I run the joint engagement team.
Hank Bediarco, Bedford Short, second wave on. I'm also detective inspector in the Horn Slavery Charge Station.
I love these in second wave.
second wave of first.
So, my name's Ashley, in the second wave for 2 years. I am based over at Catford on the TSG teams of Big Blue Carrots.
I'm Rosanna Chella. I'm the Associate Dean for Research and Knowledge Exchange and the Director of the Institute for Life Course Development at the University of Greenwich, so along with two people.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Chief Inspector, South East BCU. I work in the neighbourhood side of BCU.
King Street. So we have just introduced us a bit. We have two main services. One of them's an advice service for housing and benefits for homeless people and other vulnerable adults in the community. And the other one is Housing First, which is what I work on. The idea of Housing First is it's for clients who are long-term homeless with lots of different support needs. They've kind of bounced around various systems, not managed to stay housed for very long at any one point. What we do is we work with Lewisham Council to get them a council flat of their own, from which they can then, with a lot of support, work on their other issues, get access to other services, and hopefully maintain a tenancy. That's with quite intensive one-to-one support. So yeah, these clients are very vulnerable. They're the more vulnerable end of the kind of homeless spectrum. The main sort of needs we see are around addiction, drugs and alcohol, and also serious mental health problems, the more acute kind of end of mental health. So I'm the women's specialist there, which also means my caseload, as sadly is the way of things, face a lot of domestic abuse. So I have 8 clients that I work with quite intensively. All of them have suffered some kind of abuse at some point, and most of them have ongoing domestic abuse issues, some of which are extremely violent. There's a lot of safeguarding involved. So yeah, but the idea of Housing First is it's a safe place to live with lots of support, and it really works. It's really good. Big fan. So I get to know my clients really well. I visit them every week. I go to lots of appointments with them, and it's a lot of helping them to break down barriers to access services. That's why we have a women's specialist, just because the barriers they might face are quite sort of particular, and it takes a bit more specialism to make sure they're getting the help that they need. So for my clients, as you can imagine, hate crime, while it definitely happens to them, is pretty low on their list of priorities. When you're in sort of survival mode, you're very traumatized and you're just trying to get through day-to-day life. While hate crime might be something that's added on top of that and something that really should be addressed, they just don't have the energy or the brain space to be able to get the help that they need around it, which is why I, as someone with a bit more energy and a bit more time to do that for them or help them through that, take it very seriously. I'm in contact with the police quite a lot, mostly around domestic abuse. I do often see with police and a lot of other services, including like healthcare providers, a lack of ability to talk to vulnerable adults in a way that makes sense to those adults, or in a way that works for their communication style. As Richard said earlier, police aren't always actually the best person to be talking to those victims, because they might not have the time, they don't have the resources, whatever it is, to be able to get through to them. As a result, I've seen a lot of my clients, withdraw statements or just refuse to engage with police. From my perspective, I think obviously that can be really frustrating. It can be frustrating when there's not been great partnership working. So like often I just won't have heard that my client has been invited to the station to give a statement, and I could have gone with them and helped them with that, that kind of thing. So in terms of what could be better, I would love it if I could have more contact. But again, I understand, that's from an outsider's perspective. I'm sure there's a lot more to it than that. Yeah, it can be difficult for my clients to be taken seriously, is the bottom line of it. If someone's, particularly if they have a drug problem, and they come across as quite chaotic and they're not communicating very well, you can see that I don't have time for this, or the kind of dismissive response. I have unfortunately had a couple of instances where
I couldn't really think of a huge crossover in my work day to day between hate crime. I think like Josie says, it's not got the brain space when you're living like that. But I thought I'd just speak briefly about female bus sleepers and the experience of female bus sleepers specifically. I think female bus sleepers are often referred to a lot as hidden homeless. They represent about 14% of the known number of people who are bus sleeping in the UK, but they likely account for much more than that. Living outside, living on the streets is not safe for anybody, obviously, but much like being a woman, just walking around your daily life. Anyway, there are added risks, harsher realities for women who are bus sleeping. 1 in 4 female bus sleepers have been sexually assaulted while they're sleeping rough, and 6 out of 10 have experienced intimidating behaviour, violence, like threatening language. I had a client today who had woken up to her ex-partner pouring lighter fluid on her sleeping bag. So it's just a very dangerous world out there for women in that situation, for everyone in that situation, but I think particularly women. As a result, female bus sleepers are more likely to literally hide. They find sleep sites that are hidden and away from public view. which from a safety perspective is a positive, but hiding from harm also means you're kind of hiding from help that's available, from outreach workers who might come into the community, from members of the public, police officers who might be able to support you, help you. And it also means that our statistics are really off. So the services aren't really out there a lot of the time for women because we're not seeing the scale of the problem or the nature of the problem. We're not really seeing, we're not putting the money and the resources into solving it. I think another barrier for women is that they're often asked to exist in really male-dominated spaces when they're off sleeping, environments like day centres, like the 999 Club, which is an incredibly male-dominated environment. It's about 95% male on any given day. They're just historically male-dominated places. Hostels, emergency night shelters, especially with the links that we know there between DV and homelessness for women. They're often spaces women don't feel very comfortable in, so it's another kind of barrier to accessing those services. As a response, just to bring it back to kind of local and tangible, as a response, the 999 Club opened a women's sanctuary in February. It's a space specifically for female clients who identify as female, safe place where they could be supported, just kind of rest. So if that main service is feeling a little intimidating to them, they can still access our services. And I think that's it really. I guess just end on just all of us thinking whether we work specifically with women or not, just making sure our services are keeping in mind those different realities and life experiences, I guess.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for either? Yeah?
Thank you. Thanks all of you for what you said. I don't think this is too big a question. This is my first time here, so I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm really concerned about this issue. I've done some work around homelessness and different groups. They were looking at, I was interested to look at just the prevalence of sexual violence. And it strikes me, it charges what you were saying earlier about the CPS's idea of what credibility would look like in a victim is already a problem for women across the board, and the way the benefit of the doubt then means that she's kind of involved like that. When you then put that through other elements of vulnerability, if it's mental health issues, when they include in addition to addiction issues, it makes me quite, I don't really think about it. Really fundamental change on how we prosecute and how we look after those people. It strikes me that that's not a policing matter, that's a bigger legal issue. I don't know if that's if you agree with or
Yeah, I think you might be best placed to answer this now.
Well, before I came into this current role, Beth and I worked together in modern slavery, the next dedicated modern slavery unit. So I was for a while the next lead of modern slavery, and I think modern slavery is a perfect example of those issues because actually incredibly challenging and often heated debates with the CPS as to the integrity, reliability of victims because they suffer all sorts of horrific traumas and trying to build a prosecution that involves the victim but sometimes almost working against them because actually they'll tell you half a story or part of a story and there'll be all sorts of reasons for that. It's amazing. Policing, investigating crime has evolved so much. I've been in the organisation 24 years, and the way we used to approach things was fairly binary. Victim, offender, one person gets arrested. The first person that speaks to you is really the victim, the second person is the offender. And we've evolved because actually, we realise actually it's much more complex than that. So no, I think it's a great point. I know that the independent anti-slavery commissioner is doing a lot of work with that. I know there is no independent anti-slavery commissioner at the moment, so that's an issue. But it's incredibly complex. But I totally agree.
Is there not one because one doesn't exist, or just the position is to be filled?
I mean, I bet you know better than me, but I know certainly they weren't recruited.
I didn't actually realise that.
No, there you go.
That was that's not good. So you posted thank you. But it's a process. It's yeah. But being in modern slavery transportation, I'm absolutely agree. One of the things that we are focused on as police is our better understanding of trauma and how that influences how someone presents their evidence. And then essentially, when you get to court, you are telling the story of what's happening and basically presenting it as, well, this amounts to an event. So that would form part of my evidence, working with CPS. So I can say in the modern slavery transportation arena, we're working more closely with our counterparts in CPS. But CPS, like the police, is a massive organisation. So yeah, it's a challenge across the board. But I think
someone's trying to engage my client and it's not working, and then they close the case and they've never spoken to me about it, they would have had a lot more luck if they'd spoken to me about it, because I speak to that client, possibly every day, at least every week,
Yeah. I would say it's generally pretty good. I'm quite relatively new to Lewisham Borough. I'm normally Greenwich, used to be Greenwich. But yeah, we have really good relationships with the council. We have housing officers who come down every Wednesday and work on site. It's the only place where they do face-to-face after the pandemic. I'd say what's lacking, which I'm sure we all see, is mental health provision. Have young people of all spectrums come in and present in mental health crises. Had a schizophrenic person the other day saying it, kind of really hearing voices, dangerous thoughts, that kind of behaviour, and the capacity for mental health is just not there. The threshold is so high. So we'll call 999 and it doesn't meet a threshold unless they're actively doing something in that moment. So I think a lot of times just kind of sitting with these cases and always waiting for it to reach a moment of crisis, because that's when people will be able to intervene. And I'd say sometimes just systems not understanding mental health. So it's a service called Street Link, which verifies rough sleepers. So they'll come and find people at their sleep sites, and once they're verified, they get increased access to emergency accommodation, social housing. But the referral process involves kind of being organised and staying in the same place at the same time while they come and find you. And if you're working with someone in mental health crisis, schizophrenic, having an episode, having psychosis, it's very, very difficult for them to remember to stay in this sleep site where they don't feel safe for 7 hours, 8 hours, 3 nights in a row. Yeah.
I asked because I was to do with water facility supplies, so
cool.
we're the same. So
yeah,
just not doing challenges. The same sounds.
We had a last comment.
Oh, sorry, very quickly. Have you reported the lighter incident, the lighter fluid incident?
No.
Quite concerned about that.
Yeah.
Maybe we can talk to one of the officers later. And you're most welcome to come visit. And because actually it's an absolute no-brainer, and it's disappointing when officers haven't wanted to speak to you, but maybe because they don't understand your role and the benefits, and maybe there's going to be enlightenment that needs to go on there. So you're welcome to come and visit Lewisham and meet our community safety.
Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Yeah, it's great. What I'm going to do now is a little bit of a switcheroo. So thank you to our lovely speakers.
Centre stage.
Yeah.
Right. Hi everyone, me again. So we are now going to continue with our speakers. If you're all comfy and ready to go, I will hand over to Ebony, who has actually got a lovely presentation for you all. So if you don't mind having a little bit, a semi-swivel, we might want you to see us, we want you to see what's up there as well. So kind of a bit of both, you know.
Yeah.
And then whenever you're ready, take it away.
Thank you so much. Welcome everyone. My name is Ebony. I'm the Creative Project Coordinator at the Girls Network, and I'm going to talk to you about hate crime and intersectionality. So just a brief overview. There is a bit of delay when I'm pressing the clicker, but the Courageous Project is a pan-London project. It's a consortium or partnership of different organisations across London, and we are specifically supporting Black, other ethnic, disabled and queer young people all across London. And we offer a trauma-informed approach because we understand that the young people we support experience multiple forms of oppression, meaning they're multiple disadvantaged as well. And through this approach, we offer advocacy, advice and support, engagement and prevention, which looks like training and events like this, one-to-one counselling and experts by experience, where we ask the young people we support how to make our services better. And one of the values of the Courageous Project is that we're intersectional. And intersectionality is currently a buzzword right now. People don't really put the theory into practice, but this presentation is hopefully going to give you insight on how we can put intersectionality into practice in the way that you work and the way that you live. So the next thing is just going to be a quick quiz. So what percentage of women aged 18 to 24 have experienced unwanted sexual attention in public? It can just be a raise of hands. So for 25%, raise your hands if you think 25% of women aged 18 to 24 have experienced unwanted sexual attention in public. Who thinks it's 25%? Nobody. Okay, 50%. Okay, 85%. Okay, we're all very knowledgeable in this room. Yes, it's 85%, and a further 45% have experienced unwanted sexual touching, which is a form of harassment and sexual abuse. And we know from this project and from the work that we do, this disproportionately affects women. However, as a society, we still haven't moved away from when we think of the word women, we imagine white women. When we take these statistics very further, we realize that women from marginalized groups, which is Black, other ethnic minority groups, LGBTQ+, and disabled young people experience violence at a greater risk, and they're more vulnerable, as well as them making it even more difficult to get support. So, moving further into statistics, if we believe and acknowledge that the society we live in oppresses women, we need to realize that there are other multiple forms of oppression. And if a woman identifies as a woman, as Black, as queer, as disabled, they will have multiple forms of oppression as well. So looking at our makeup of Courageous, we understand that our young people are multiple disadvantaged. They are female, they're from BME groups, they're in the age group where they're most vulnerable. 67% is disabled, the most common being mental health. We have a large portion, over a third, which are queer or identifying, and also 9% have no recourse to public funds, which means they may have an insecure immigration status, which doesn't allow them access to any benefits or support in that kind of nature. So we're a Connect project, we're one of a kind. And it's really important to notice that when a survivor will go to the police or go to a service, they may experience different treatment because they are Black, because they are queer, or because they are disabled. And we really need to challenge that and make sure everyone receives access to the same quality treatment. So intersectionality in theory, it asks what happens to people who are subject to multiple forms of bias, discrimination, and oppression. So we need to acknowledge that even with marginalized communities, there can be further discrimination, and it can be even more difficult to get support. So like I said, Black women will face sexism and racism. A Black queer woman will experience racism, sexism, we don't experience it all together. That's the whole point of intersectional or intersectionality. So we need to be aware of that while we're working with people. Keep learning, so read resources, attend training. Women and Girls Network offer training on being trauma-informed, being intersectional, and supporting marginalized women in a trauma-informed approach as well. It's really useful that we all identify the risk of people from multiple disadvantaged backgrounds. Like I said, they're more vulnerable, and we need to be aware of that as well, and ensuring that us who give the support to these young people are ensuring that we aren't passing on any bias or discrimination in the way that we support these young people. Empower young people as well. So equity, which is basically giving extra support because you understand that there's oppression. We need to move forward from this. We need to work towards equality. Everyone deserves to live life equally, and moving on from that, meaning once again, be holistic, be supportive, and be listening to young people as well. And finally, the last thing you can do is signpost, not just to us, but to all various different organizations that are specialized in supporting marginalized young people. So I have the details, our phone number is there, that we don't inflect that or push that onto other people. It's not that we're bad people, it's just the way society is, and it's really important that we address that ourselves before we go on to support other people. So I think that's the main thing that everyone can do. But for the police as well, I definitely feel like training is such an important part, and listening to loads of organizations. They have so much to say, they have so much. We all have the idea, we all want to help the young people, that's the reason why we're all here. We all have a common goal, so working together in partnership is the key thing. So let's share knowledge, you and us together, and then hopefully we'll work towards supporting victims or survivors the way that they need to be.
Do we have any other questions from anyone or any comments?
No, I'm just going to say about the training piece. It's as I said earlier when I introduced myself, so I'm the executive board for the Children's Safeguarding Partnership and Lewisham and Bexley and Greenwich, and we were talking about training, and there's lots of training. There's lots of training offered by lots of providers, and some of it is crossover, some of it contradicts itself, some of it, left device training as well. I think one of the biggest challenges is well, firstly quality and having standard and the quality of training, and secondly, you can sit in front of a PowerPoint and you can look at it, but that isn't necessarily training because it depends on whether you're receptive, you're listening, you're engaging and testing your knowledge, and I'm just not sure whether our training collectively is geared up to test some of that.
I think that's a good point. But the way that Women and Girls Network work, we are trauma informed. So we ask the survivors how we can best support them. And I think that's the best place to start. If you ask the people that need the support how to support them better, that informs everything in our training. And also we work from a standpoint that people learn differently. So I can sit here and talk. I personally use something visual to learn, and we are very accessible and inclusive in the way that we learn. It's not just that people may be able to learn more practically, so they need to do more arts and crafts or learn that way. Some people learn more from socialization, so open discussions. I feel like any partner that delivers work needs to incorporate everything or every single part of that to make sure everyone's able to access the learning. And also making sure that the content is quite digestible. There's a lot of words that people don't know, maybe a bit afraid of. And also when you're challenging yourself, when you talk about equality, you need to unpack things that you may have done and said that can make you feel quite uncomfortable. So we also work, again, providing a safe space to make sure everyone feels comfortable to share, to learn, and to grow with each other. So yeah, it would be really great that there's a standard. However, we can't do a one-size-fits-all because, like I said, oppression is intersectional. So intersectional work means we understand that it's going to be different for everyone. So a standard would be an ideal world. However, that standard wouldn't work for everyone. So I would say it's best to approach us. But there are other organisations that follow to a certain standard, and Women and Girls Network do have accredited training, so it's set to some sort of standard, but the content may vary depending on what the topic is.
Yes, one of the biggest challenges for policing is most of our training is online and actually it's not interactive, so you're not getting this kind of opportunity. And
So there's growth, and then kind of those individuals will come back and get a more specialist training and then switch back. So I think there's also some things you can put in. Like you probably already have those systems. Could you put it going so that we can build the relationships as well? So it's not just a presentation mechanism.
yeah, so some of those structures aren't actually in place, so actually they're investments that we've made locally to ensure that we can train our officers, but yeah, definitely. I mean, when the officers were introducing themselves earlier, those spot roles as like a football lead or whatever the kind of thematic area might be. And you're right, actually training them to train the colleagues, training colleagues is a recognised approach. Just the Commissioner spoke a bit yesterday or the day before talking about police recruitment and the scale of police recruitment at the moment. And so officers are moving through roles very, very quickly. And so it's trying to put structures in place that allow for that, because we know it's going to happen. And how do we just ensure that we train consistently, and that when those officers move on, that knowledge isn't lost, because you need to retain some experience and knowledge of the teams. It's not, we haven't, it's a work in progress.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for that lovely presentation as well. That was great. So I'm going to move on now. So I'll let you all introduce yourselves, and then
this is fine. So, hi, I'm Sergeant Jenny Jones, and this is my joint engagement team. I literally have quite a broad remit in that we engage with our public and also internally to improve needs. So our main purpose is to break down barriers in and around reporting crime of all sorts, but particularly around violence against women and girls and hate crime in general, and all of the guises it comes for all of our protected characteristics. We want to improve confidence in reporting in all of those hard to reach communities. And some not so hard to reach, but just don't recognise when they are maybe a victim of a crime. As has already been alluded to, there's a lot more under-reporting potentially, especially of our lower level trigger offences and behaviours. So whilst they may not become a crime that is prosecutable, if we don't know about it, we certainly don't know about the extent of it or where it's happening or who it's happening to. So that's key, and that is part of the delivery of this very small team to get to as many people as we can. We want to basically improve the awareness, self-awareness, awareness of what is a hate crime, and therefore not just in the public, but also with our colleagues as well. So events like today and partners and people working in supporting agencies, we can then go back to our colleagues and say, this is what's going on, and these people are here to facilitate and progress your crimes as well. So to just improve the knowledge of what's out there to support us in our role. so bringing back into our organisation. But also we can signpost to the public, so we're not always the best point of contact. We have a fairly blunt instrument sometimes to deal with things, and we appreciate that. So we can signpost into preventative organisations. We can give advice on things like spiking, for example. We know that that's potentially on the up, but we have a few tools I'll speak about, those that we use to deliver that advice as not just what to do when a woman or gentleman even feels that they may have been spiked, but how to report it, who to contact, and what they might expect in that incident, but not on the day that it's happened. So not on the worst day of their life. We are there to speak to people at a point where they might have the brain capacity left to actually take on board that advice and maybe prevent them being a victim of crime, or at least if the worst ever happens, they know where to go, what to expect, and debunk some of the myths about the police. So I'll go on to a little bit of the tools that we use, and then I'll hand you over to my colleagues as well so they can fill in some of the gaps. So we have a project called Walk and Talk, which is aimed at women, ideally as individuals, walking with a local officer by appointment to address any of the local concerns, any policing concerns. We'll generally have a chat with us that's designed to increase our visibility, but also break down some of those barriers that have been built up over time between the police and the public. So it gives an opportunity to have a one-to-one or even a group chat. My lovely Louise does an awful lot to publicise that, but also deliver those events. And we also have used something we call a roadshow, which combines preventative and policing high visibility. So you may have seen us in parks over the summer with either tents or a mobile police station. And maybe over the winter time, you will hopefully see us around some of the high footfall and nighttime economies. So places where people might be going out or heading to the DLRs and transport hubs to go off out for an evening, with my hate crime specialist in terms of the preventative piece and the engagement piece. And we also have Joe, who drives forward our increase to reporting. He drives forward the increase in service delivery around that. So ensuring that our officers are getting the best value out of their initial investigation so that we can stand a better chance of turning those into convictions. Hand over to Louise very briefly.
Excellent. I introduced myself earlier. I'm PC Louise Savage Knight, and I am leading sort of the initiative for the Walk and Talk, which is a female engagement piece right across the boroughs of Lewisham, Bexley and Greenwich. The whole idea behind Walk and Talk is to engage with members of the public that otherwise wouldn't feel comfortable in approaching a police officer to maybe ask a question about a local policing initiative or response to an incident, or maybe they have concerns about their local community that they feel is a lower level concern but needs to be addressed. We work very closely with our Safer Neighbourhoods team, so any information that we do have that isn't a crime but could potentially be a crime or a preventive measure could be put in place. We work with the Safer Neighbourhoods teams to address that issue. We're building up very, very strong community partnerships. We work with the local councils, women's groups, and sort of just infiltrating really members of the public that otherwise the only contact they have with the police is at the worst hour of their life, and they're very unlikely to ask about the wider policing picture and structure in regards to women's issues in the community. And schools officers in the community as well, they are as preventative measures, going into schools, talking about healthy relationships, talking about acceptable behaviour from an educational point of view, and they provide workshops with community partners as well. And this is really important, but I think policing, structural policing, we need to acknowledge that we actually need to stop people falling in the river rather than just fishing them out the other side. So it's a more holistic approach to policing. And I think since I've been a police officer, which is not that many years, I've been a police officer coming up 4 years. I joined later in life. I've seen a dramatic change, and we're continually evolving, and we're taking feedback, and we're working on our operating practices, and it is changing. It's changed in the time that I have been a police officer. So it's all moving towards. We've got a common goal, haven't we, as far as the societal change in the way things are viewed in regards to hate crime and violence against women and girls. I'll hand over to my colleague Emma.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain kind of on a ground level what we kind of do and take you back there. Because as Louise said, a lot of the time, most people only reach out to the police in that kind of dire moment. And there's trauma and there's time kind of on their side, you kind of, whereas we take it back and we kind of have the time to explain situations, explain our legislation, explain why officers have done things a certain way, which at the time, when you're going through the trauma and everything's happening, you may not understand why officers have been so harsh about the questions that they've asked. But those questions are vital for the investigation. We have that time to go into community groups, to sit down and have a cup of tea and say, if you came to us with this problem, this is the steps that we go through, this is why we do this, and be completely transparent with how we work. And I think this is what the community wants. They want us to slow down a bit. And obviously when you call 999, you're going to get response officers, and there are so many time restraints to them. Whereas we can kind of give victims the time to kind of make those decisions themselves, because a lot of the time victims tend to say that the control has been taken from them for whatever the crime is. They want that control back and feel like talking to the police, maybe they've been losing that control. So it gives us the options there, and also have the partners that we work with to be able to signpost so they can make their own informed choices, and we can kind of work together in that way. So yeah, a lot of the stuff that we do is working with different organisations, different charities, going into libraries, knitting clubs, different religious groups, doing all that sort of stuff, and not going there for a particular reason. But that's when we get kind of vital information. That's when we get people approach us and say, oh, I didn't really want to call 999 about this, and we're getting really good information, and people are kind of building those trusts. So we're going back to those places repeatedly, kind of popping back in there with that familiar face that people then feel like they can open up to us and kind of tell us something that they've wanted to say for a long, long time, and maybe haven't been given the time, if they've called police before, to say, oh, actually this happened as well. So that's a massive part of what we do.
Thank you, guys. It's really great to hear what's going on, because I had a few questions, and then as you were going on, they're kind of answered. But on that note, does anyone else have any questions for these officers yet?
So I'm their boss. One of the things within the Violence for Women and Girls plan is it's really cognizant of, we don't want to get into the realms of saying women should be careful about doing this, be careful about doing that. Those old ideas of victim blaming, and women and girls should be free to go wherever they want, do what they want, how they want, and when they want. And there's a kind of potentially a butt up against when you're then giving personal safety messaging, because some of that is around things like make sure that you pick a sensible route that's brightly lit and that there are people around, and all of these kind of things. So there's a bit of a kind of a paradox there in how the personal safety messages that the officers give chime with actually what we really want in society and how we want to sort of aim into different lives. So I was just sort of curious, when you're having your walk and talk and you're having those discussions, how do you kind of try and square that circle between giving good safety advice whilst at the same time not falling into the realms of containing women and girls as to what they do and how they do it? I think I'm throwing under the bus there.
So yeah, it is a tiptoe type feel sometimes. The advice that we can give is what to expect if you need to use our services. It's not fair that any section of any person should ever have to change their their enjoyment of life or their routines to avoid being a victim of another. So it's right that we should have an awareness of what can happen, but these are the tools available to us. And we also have within our drop-ins that we do into the nighttime economy, a safe place to wait for your friend. So if you want to wait with people whilst you're waiting for a friend or a cab to come and collect you, so that's sort of facility that we provide. And also the QR codes to tap into the safe, already vetted cab companies that the Safe Transport teams use. So we give access to those sort of tools, if you like, to enjoy the nighttime economy as safely as possible. But they're also available to anybody going out, not just young ladies and gentlemen as they leave for a night out. It's always handy to have that vetted cab number in your phone, especially if you're in an area that you're not normally in. So that's the stance I take on it, is that it's available to everybody. That can be very easily, we can mess up, we can look really silly when we're trying to actually just engage with people. And they're very conscious of not sending the wrong message whilst we're trying to engage with people. So we do have some central messaging that goes out on things like TikTok, but it's really quite small. We're working with our cadets and the central media team to maybe address that balance so that we can reach out a bit better.
Can I just add something? Oh, sorry, what's your name? Darren. Darren asked a question about how do you not tell people, mixed messaging in regards to when you go and talk. But how I understood walk and talk is that maybe we're just having a bit of a convo. And so I would hope that we would be not a therapy session, but you come to the conclusion by yourself just by having a chat. So hopefully I think the messages wouldn't be, well, you shouldn't have really been walking down that alley, Cheryl.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. So maybe it'd be like,
but if you do, would you like us to get onto the council to fix the
yeah. I think even though I don't, I'm not a police officer, I'm not doing walk and talk. That is how I kind of understood that.
It's all about empowering.
Yeah, so
giving people knowledge is power. So we're not out to kind of say, don't do this, don't wear that. If you do this, you're going to be a victim. That's not what we're about. We're about kind of listening to what you say, what you do, and then kind of saying, okay, yeah, no, you can do that, but maybe if you want to do that, maybe take this with you. Maybe make sure that you've told a friend that you're going to meet up with this random stranger that you've met on Tinder and go to an open space. You know what I mean? It happens, but we're not going to say don't do that because people aren't going to listen to us saying that. They're going to go out and do it anyway. But if we give them advice and make themselves safe, then they're more likely to.
Are the walk and talks more after the event or before, or is it kind of after the event? Will I kind of reach out to you after the event? Like something might have happened and I want a bit more of a chat.
Yeah, so everyone.
Yeah, if you were feeling that you wanted to speak about something after the event, absolutely. But if you just want to have a chat with us, speak to us, and engage in that, we can send you the link and arrange. You don't even have to have a reason. Like things come up just from walking and talking with us. We could be just talking about the weather. That's not an issue. Because stuff we'll start talking about criminality and stuff will, because everyone's got an opinion and fears and stuff. So that conversation always does lead that way. So you don't have to have some major incident that's happened or that you want to talk about, because I'm sure it will end up going that way.
Yeah, I mean, it could even be theoretical questions, like, if this happened, what, and why did this happen? Something that's in the press, maybe. Why did this happen, and why was this response? If you want.
How long has the good talk been going? I quite like that. I like talking. How long has it been going? It seems like a really good idea. Like you said,
March.
Okay, so like
22nd March. 22nd of March, my birthday.
And across the three.
Yeah.
So that's really good.
If you want to take a supplement, then
you
can email afterwards.
Yeah, that's fine. It's cheaper than therapy.
Yeah, it's probably a question for the bosses in the room, the Met bosses. And I'm just wondering, obviously, we're talking about prevention and women preventing things happening, but I'm just wondering if any work's been done with the prison service or with the magistrates and the CPS and things like that, just to ensure that a decent conviction is given. Because obviously, if you deter people from committing those crimes in the first place, then maybe they wouldn't be happening. I'm just wondering what work's being done with them.
I think the Met is working very heavily, especially with CPS at the moment. As you mentioned, my colleague here earlier said he'd been in the press this week with the BBC about criticism through CPS decision making. There is a London rape investigation review that's been going on. The outcome of some of the work around that. The Met is working far more closely with the CPS to make sure that the case can be built as best as it possibly can be, to ensure a good outcome and a decent outcome for victims. And it sounds a bit of a no-brainer, doesn't it, that the CPS and the police should be talking to each other more closely. But actually, there's a lot more work that needs to be done on that and is being done. I think there's the early advice program within that now, which actually gets the Crown prosecutors and the investigators to sit down and have those early discussions. And for it to be the same lawyer, CPS lawyer, who has that early discussion that actually will take the case right through to prosecution, which is something that hasn't previously happened. And these are things which are changing structurally to make sure that's included. Obviously, that's the rape and the most serious sexual offences. But I think the ideas behind that is sort of permeating through into the wider criminal justice process.
Because in my opinion, just from dealing with cases in my career, I think it's beyond the CPS. I think it's your magistrates who are given the sentences and your judges who are given the sentences are sometimes probably not being as harsh as they should be because the prisons are full and things like that. So they're giving people fines, for instance, and that doesn't deter people. Or they'll go to prison for a very short amount of time and they'll be allowed their PlayStations, their phones, bottles of Grey Goose in prison, and it doesn't deter people. So I'm just wondering if maybe we need to extend beyond the CPS and start talking to judges, magistrates, prison services, things like that. Obviously, it's way beyond my pay grade, but I'm just wondering if that's something we've considered maybe.
There's other issues there, so you're right, the judiciary and they will be influenced by what are the kind of priorities for society at the time, and will be, some of the seismic events that have gone on will impact on sentencing. But there are some practical realities. Post-COVID, there's still a backlog of crimes, cases that have been heard through the Crown Court system, and because of the delay, that's not going to help with, a positive outcome because victims will become infuriated with the criminal justice system, and the danger is that over time they'll disengage and then you won't get a conviction either, so that's an issue.
This is an issue. I'm worried about this as a citizen, as a taxpayer. I think there's a lot of power in the that's something I would say, particularly to young people, politically active, to get involved in politics and to apply pressure to hold them. So I think it's firmly in the political sphere, but it's for us as citizens rather than police.
Yeah, great. Did you have a point as well? Okay, I'm going to take these two and then I have to stop. Just strict. I'm not strict at all. Sorry guys, but I can't stop. I can hear everything.
Yeah, kind of leads on to what you were saying actually. Yeah, I think also just about general awareness, because I think people just don't know until you come into contact with the justice system how bad it can be. Because my clients, one of the things that also relates to what you were saying, I don't know if it's a prison space thing, but people who are clearly really violent and pose ongoing risks being let out on bail all the time, and that must be frustrating for you guys, I can imagine.
Yes, there could be more, but how do the safe neighbours, are they taught to deal with, I'm going to say concerned neighbours, some say nosy neighbours, reports, because, what's the process of dealing with someone who says, look, I'm hearing this every night, this isn't healthy, what's going on next door, or I'm seeing things. How's that dealt with? Because that then will, if there's any action early, it helps prevent some of the longer term damage downstream. And I know there's a balance between, well, there can be lots of neighbours who don't get on, so it's just, being that. But how do you deal with it?
So in the first instance, it is a welfare check. So an officer, be it from our response teams or our neighbourhood team, depending on how it's come to us, whether that neighbour has called 999 or 101 and it's come through our call seat system, or if they've called the neighbourhood team directly, the first thing that will be done is we've had an allegation, if you like, that there's been a domestic incident, and the fact finding starts there. The officers will go to the address, they will check the immediate welfare and concerns, but we will be told that there's nothing happened, but that will be recorded. So it will be recorded, and should that become the first of a pattern of behaviour, it will be there in the checks that are done by any subsequent attending officers.
And this does happen, I mean.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
Absolutely.
Which means, yeah.
If you're telling me an allegation of crime,
Yeah.
then that's an allegation of crime. I've got a duty of care to put a crime report on. Even if you're not the victim, that's a third party giving me that information. So if it's intelligence that you've given me that's not potentially a crime,
Right? So it's vital, absolutely vital, we get first-hand reports.
Completely agree with you, as Darren knows that I'm always asking about figures.
When I first joined this organisation, which is 22 years ago last week, you'd go to a domestic report and you would knock on the door, you'd go inside, and if no allegations were made, then you separate the parties and have that discussion. We used to leave, get on the radio and say, no allegations made, we're leaving. And that was it. And then that call would just be closed. End of. And then the organisation, many years ago now, changed its view on that. And this came about because of reviews of domestic homicides that actually showed that police had been to addresses previously on numerous occasions, and because no actual allegations or crime had been recorded, it hadn't been picked up, it hadn't been dealt with. So then when the process changed, because then after that process, we started putting on what we call crime reports for domestic incidents. So every domestic incident you go to, you put it on as if it was a crime, even though you haven't got a crime to investigate, and then you have to do the background checks, you have to do the risk assessments around it, see what else is known, and then it will form part of the body of information. And this is to reduce and capture, as you were talking about, that early juncture, and to see what interventions can be put in place before it comes to something as, awful as potentially a homicide.
Yeah. Right, I'm so sorry guys to cut such a great conversation short, and I hate doing it, as you can tell. But thank you again to all of our speakers, amazing questions. So we will have a little comfort break now if anyone needs the loo, or if you want to get some refreshments, please do. For those of you who can't stay, thank you so much for joining us, it's been great having you. And for those of you who are staying, we'll be back in here at about 4:40 now. So you've got about 20, 25 minutes, so we'll give you a call to come back in, but yeah, thank
What's wrong with cheese and crackers?
It's a great brand name.
Question, it's not really in a team therapy, so it has a little bit of like on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we have a lady who used to be a service user and is now an educator, like women's group. So it's just one of those days. Tuesday mornings, we have like Monday, Wednesday, the ups and downs, whatever happens. No, really helps. So you're comfortable adults, and then they can also see and so they can have I'd say February, March is when it started, then I can influence 3 months ago. So it's still, some days some really busy, still kind of finding and letting external partners know that we're there. And yeah, they can access any services showers, as long as you come in it uses this thing on and different like a lot of them really talk about
Okay, nice to see you. I was just going to say, I'm with you. Well, I was in Northampton. I'm going to go off there and have a look. So I went to security. Because I think that it's going to be used for housing. I think like the Green Party or one of the others. Any person that isn't so that's a hard thing in terms of
Exactly, and that's a lot of work.
and if you're only on for a short term, then of course
What's the reminder,
Oh gosh, I really need to slide. Yeah, you sound very qualified. Cool, yeah.
You just said
Yeah, we were definitely looking for structure and more stuff happening
Never even from your kind of because it shows you actually, I know it's pretty hard. That's my
Ja, det var ju som det var.
But as you say, the expectations are when we're
Well, nice having all the gardens open. This morning I went to networking. I'm not overdoing it. At the end of November, I'll be gone. Back to the sun.
Oh,
yeah. I'm watching this weeks.
Wow. Have that fruit.
That's why I say, that's why I didn't put that form in to the council. I saw something this morning and they said to me, well, why should that be wrong? But I wouldn't say it's showing. It's not fair on the residents, it's not fair on the public. Yeah, it's just not right. For me, you can't put it off. No,
That's right. We're doing these walks. We don't know what's going on. Yeah, they're like, so we've got a little bit of money from Geo, I'm not sure yet either. So we're doing 4 walks, or another 3, one tomorrow, and then another 3 between now and do you have that recently? I mean, we just come out of the woodwork. It's going really well
Trust me.
So we've got to go and see that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's a choice. You would take
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just because I came from the kind of voice of state, so I know how to steering. And the other thing, I mean, it seems to me there's a step for them to do something But I mean, Phil said that he was going to try. He said there'd been more meetings. So that's something that I know is going to take place. Next week there's a heritage seminar which we weren't even invited to.
So then you
Yeah, no, I agree, I completely agree, and the new, this new Terrapin or something, there's yet another agency. So there's two agencies, isn't there? And I think it's so much of a story in its own, and it's, but culture, culture is strong enough to do this. Because they're talking about Queen Caroline's Club. Next time I see Jonathan, I said, which Queen Caroline was that? Is that the Caroline whose husband was the shareholder in the company? Sorry, the South Sea Company, or was, and whose father then went on to, is it another Queen Caroline? You know, they're just we're all using power, you know, in different ways. How is it? How is it? I mean, I suppose it's the law, it's just the law. But it just seems to be so unbelievably wrong. They can just carry
So now they have to use your idea of what we're talking about and having you've got to build with independent buildings and nominations to support on different ways. What laws are what do you think is, what really love
you're on. All right, so you just, please do. Jess, is your yeah, I've got to check.
Hi everyone. Hello. We're going to get started again now. If you want to grab your last drink and have a seat.
I don't want to. This is more of the whole life. This is me holding it. If I don't like come back to I'll give it a go. See if it's me. I'm missing more. The other day, I fucking enjoyed it. Yeah, I know. It's absolutely strong. You are bringing that
Right, are we all back? Is everyone comfy? Are we ready to get going?
I've tried to keep him served.
That's quite introduction.
He'll be back. He'll be back. 3-4 months of sitting around that.
Hi everybody. So welcome back for those who are here for the first third. For those that are just joining us, I can see a couple of new faces. Welcome. So if you don't know, I'm Cheryl and I'm chair of the trustees here at Second Wave.
And I'm Jess, I'm your host for today's event.
So in this next section, we're going to be looking at ways we can find community-based solutions for some of the issues we've been discussing around the impact of hate crime and how this affects the lives of women. So first of all, I would like to ask you all a question, and that is, what helps you to feel safe in your own neighbourhood and communities? And just an open question, and I think on people who know what's out there.
Or you could just shout out like one word thing. So in your communities, you know, what makes you feel safe? So for me, it's being with people that I trust, for example. If anyone has any other things that make them feel safe or, you know, make people you know feel safe.
Just going to say consistency. Things stay the same, different and change. So that, you know, I'm not going to say that it's unsettling what's going on. Consistency.
Yeah, that's a great one. Jill, did you have something?
Good street lighting at night.
Yeah, that is a big one as well, very important. Do you have any?
Services we do there like to support the needed.
Okay? Don't be shy.
Just getting to know people in your neighbourhood and building up solidarity with each other.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Is it this one? Is this one or? Okay. Is that better? But you've also got to answer. Yeah. You put your hand up now, so that also means what
I was just going to say, like, seeing local mental services, seeing them around the area.
So just active and they're doing their thing. Cool. Yeah.
Seeing if there's a horrible incident that happens, if members of the community coming on, as well as the emergency services. We had an incident like that recently in the street where a car fell down. Ambulance took ages, but local people, all local people came to report to food, to stand by the person, to support them, to warm them up before the ambulance came. It's really good. So that good neighborhood feeling that people care about others.
Yeah, that's great. And that does make you feel like a community, doesn't it? When you know that, you know, the people kind of who are around you are also there to support you.
I don't like places where where it's all very narrow. Even if it's well lit.
It's like what nice open
I
spaces.
like to be able to see around corners.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
My one, I think for me, is familiarity with like the area. Like,
yeah.
This is like my area. Like, I feel like it's,
you know where that road
yeah, I know
leads.
exactly is, and I just feel safe in my area. If I can visit somewhere else, it's a bit unfamiliar, so I don't feel as safe.
That's similar to what you say.
It's a bit like the counter to the seeing emergency services. I know the feedback I get from neighbours is when they hear or see lots of emergency services, especially the police helicopter, it's going on, what's going on, and it makes people feel unsafe. Sorry, it's a counter, you know. Yeah.
But I suppose I feel I get that in terms of an emergency situation, but you know, like, and you do see it more again now when you see officers just bobbies on the beat kind of thing, just walking, or even what they call the safer, the patrol.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. That doesn't cause it. It's more than blue lights.
Yeah, it's a blue lights, which causes the serious kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, what makes me feel safe if it's like clean streets, if I'm not seeing much of fly tipping and rubbish and that sort of thing. So it's also the look of the area regarding cleanliness.
Like it's looked after, like you care about this space. Yeah, get that. Okay. Yeah. Take this last one.
I was say, I think opportunities for community to come together and celebrate, and also like kids just playing out. Kids playing out, just keeping water. If they're safe, it was safe for them to do that and just be. And then also when their parents call them in, I think that's a safe place because the kids can just like exist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And their parents feel like that's a safe space for them to do that. They don't need to be completely guarded and watched all the time.
Yeah.
I get that. Okay, thank you guys. So now what I'd like everyone to do is have a look on your tables. I have put some questions on there for you that have been devised here at Second Lane and kind of handed out to you at random. So I think a couple of you are sat by yourself. So what I'd first like to ask is for you to kind of come together. So maybe if you guys come together, I don't know which table you prefer, if you kind of join together and then you guys join together. And then if you would like to sit at tables, so yes. Do you, Jill, and you guys want to sit together as well, maybe? You can do, that's fine. It's up to you. Okay, so have a look at one or both of your questions and kind of discuss
Sometimes it depends on if they've been through a traumatic experience with a man, and they're not going to want to talk to a male
Oh, my glasses. Because what was happening was that
maybe just go out and leave
Oh, really?
Do you mind sitting in front of me, sir? Okay, yeah, because Alice was because I was talking so we're gonna actually stop. Yeah, so
It's an unusual
You meant to be that. You meant to be that.
Okay, everyone. So you can stop your discussions now, please. I hope that was really interesting. So what I'd like to do quickly, very quickly, is go around each table, and if you could just give one point that kind of stood out for you in your discussion, you know, from your questions, that would be great. So I will start. You guys look like you've got lots of notes, so I'm going to start over here. But I've got to be strict, so only 1 point from each table. Take it away.
To be able to make us feel safe, of course, visibility, to have designated teams that deals with women's issues, to build that communication and trust, and to be able to connect and to be consistent as well. So it's not just a one-off event, something that happens on a regular basis.
And what were your questions as well? Just quickly, what was that in regards to? Which
How can we ensure that women and girls feel safe in the streets of Lewisham? What can we expect from the police in providing protection to girls and women in our communities?
Amazing. I'm going to come to you guys at the front next. So firstly, what your question is.
So we had, how can we protect young women from online hate? And we also had, how can we listen and respond to the voices of young women as activists of change? Who needs to be listened? I suppose the most interesting part of our debate was around the who needs to be listening. And we spoke about decision makers and people with power. And then we went for the obvious things, government, police, local authorities, but then we kind of broadened out to actually people with power includes media, it includes companies. And then we spoke about how women, when you look in the media, they're still constantly sexualized. When you look at adverts, products, provision, things of that nature, which is something in some cases has changed, started to change. When you look at, the offerings in clothing companies, for example, there's a whole range of women's bodies which are now featured, whereas it was always kind of a Cindy Crawford type thing. So there's a whole element around that. It doesn't just need to be kind of agencies that need to be listening. People of power need to listen, and power in all of this.
Just one more thing on that is what's happening is those listening need to recognise that young women, youth, who quite lack of experience doesn't mean that there is nothing valuable to say. And it's the way. So the lack of experience in age, as we talk about young women, doesn't equate to say that. And the other way around is in helping those conversations, which led to what needs to happen is multi-general interaction, is age and the decision makers often tend to be elder. That gives experience, doesn't necessarily mean it's all, there is some value to that, but they're bringing the two together.
And, the decisions they're making are informed by other generations. Great. And then can I go to this table here? So firstly, what your questions are, and then a key point that stood out for you.
Okay. How can young and older men help reduce the impact of hate crime on women and girls? And the second one, as a bystander who witnesses an incident of aggressive behaviour towards a young woman, would you attempt to intervene? What would you do? So the first one we started with basically calling it out, not just being passive about it. And the second one, like visibly stepping in and offering support and basically being fair to the aggressor and to anyone around that the behaviour is unacceptable.
I'll just say that regarding calling it out with the young and older men, it's not waiting. You've got to do it immediately. You can't wait till later on and then go back. So it's like
when it happens while you're there.
Yeah, while it's fresh in their memory that they think, oh no, we can't do that. We can't do that. Just call it out and show support.
Yeah.
And see if that person needs that additional support from you or someone else afterwards. Let them know that it's been seen and it's not acceptable. And I think that goes a long way in showing that especially from younger and older men, that they understand, and that can help to set that behavioural change because they're being challenged by their peers. Yeah.
And I think as well, there's a lot to be said for, you know, empowering people to feel like they can do that in the moment, you know, because I think sometimes it can take a lot for someone to, you know, they might know that it's wrong, but to actively, you know, speak out on it, that's kind of something that, you know, takes some confidence and, you know, so we need to empower, courage. So we need to empower people to feel like they can do that, really. That's great. I'll go to you. Were you all in a group together at that?
Group of 4.
Okay, so I'll go for whoever was on this side of the group first. So your questions and then appointments.
The first question is, how can we support girls and women in marginalised communities whose experience of hate crime are otherwise well noticed? So we mentioned focus groups. We believe that people in general are more confident discussing things with people that they relate. So an example said Muslim women who might face hate crime because they wear a scarf might feel more comfortable talking to other women that wear scarves in relation to what hate crime they're going through, that can get brought up to the wider community. The second question was, how does hate crime intensify other problems faced by women and girls in their daily lives? We'd say confidence, it can lower the confidence levels, and mental health problems. A lot of people might put them to just isolate themselves and opportunity after that.
Great stuff, thank you. And then this side of the group, who was at the back.
Yeah, we have the same questions as the table over there.
Okay.
One was, how can women and older men help reduce the impact of hate crime on women and girls? And the second one was, as a bystander, if you witness an incident of aggressive behaviour towards a young woman, would you attempt to intervene and what would you do? So the first one, we said, the answer to challenge it, have to be brave and speak up. Especially with young people, I think it's important to educate early, so that parents be speaking up really about things in front of them. Probably encourage them to do it when they get older and later in life. And then as a bystander, I'd like to see we will challenge it because they're police. But obviously, the police definitely intervene and call them out and potentially ring the police.
Yeah, and I think that education helps to empower people, doesn't it? I think someone earlier said knowledge is power. So kind of educating people from a young age about, you know, what they should and shouldn't be doing kind of empowers them when they see something wrong to kind of call it out, you know, with confidence.
And I think there's also something powerful that you're in a group of people and one person speaks out, that will probably encourage the others to start doing the same.
Very true. Thank you very much. And then in the middle here, can I have your question? And then 1 point to sit up.
So we had, how can we work in partnership to address the problem of misogyny and racial coercion? So we had a really deep discussion on how misogyny and sexism is systemic. So it's in throughout all the systems, and we all experience the system as well. And it has a life course, the violence is a cycle, and these cycles continue within these systems and in homes as well. So as a partnership, or as people in partnership together, it's like collaborative working, having a multidisciplinary approach. And we all have our expertise, we all have our experiences. And I think from the talk before, war organisations have that advocacy, so we can support the survivors, the police can go and work with convictions and tackling the perpetrators. And then we have amazing lecturers here that can lecture the community and the students as well, so they are aware of what misogyny is, sexism, and talking about consent, so going about the education approach. So it's tackling basically misogyny and sexism at all angles as well, because it's in depth within our so it needs to be challenged in a multiple kind of way. All angles, yeah.
Exactly as Emily has said, I think, from obviously at the Institute for Life Course Development, we take a life course approach, and looking at early childhood trauma and the long-term consequences across the life course, that many perpetrators of violence will also experience violence as children. So to break that cycle of violence, in order to basically, prevent it.
Yeah.
I like what Louise was saying before. I think she spoke about preventing people jumping in the river rather than,
fishing them out
afterwards. So, yeah, focusing on that prevention of violence in order to, break the cycle of violence.
Okay, thank you. And the last thing, please say your question.
So we
and then-
how can we ensure that women and girls feel safe on the streets of Lewisham? And also, what can we expect from the police and providing protection to girls in our communities? So I think we started off by questioning the question in the sense of feeling safe and actually being safe are two different things. So whilst it may be the case that actual safety hasn't been changed, the perception and the fear of certain types of violence certainly has and is feeling safe was that more units of false sense of security when you aren't actually really safe. So this is what one of the things we're talking about in terms of an actual response and part B. So institutions and particularly police being committed to providing a response and making it a priority so that potentially can involve a realignment of resources that we were discussing how certain parts of the police have lots of resources, counter-terrorism has a lot of resources, local policing doesn't have the same level of resources, and there's different reasons for that. But a realignment of those resources and a realignment of priorities. And I will say that some of that is happening. So directing some of that capability towards sex offenders in particular, so that's what
How to identify the dangers of the difference between feeling safe and actually being safe, in the sense of being a risk of harm to women. And the problem with that being that if an incident does occur when you have felt safe, the loss of trust that happens and the mental trauma and anguish that happens could be significantly worse than if you had been aware of some risk. So that's where the critical thinking elements of safety would be very helpful to make you critically aware of when actually you need to be careful because and not just kind of assume that things are okay.
Thank you. I know you guys had a question as well. So just briefly, if you'd like to kind of tell me what your questions were and run away.
So one of the questions was, our colleagues at this table talked about working in partnership to address the issue of misogyny and how can we do that. So first of all, like I could never have put it better myself. That's exactly what we need to do. However, what I do that is that what is really important is exactly what is going on in this room right now. Is community engagement, is, I'm going to speak about who I am and what I do in a second, but it's very important to me, working closely with my community engagement colleague to bring out, to make sure, somebody mentioned, I need you to know that I'm being supported if something happens to me. So how can you be supported? Because anybody can start preparing the services that we run, but how to support you, what happens when a referral comes through, this is what I can help when I engage with the community. So it's very important we actually meet each other with the community settings and talk about how we work and what it is that we do. And the second part of the question is about local youth and community organizations addressing this. Again, I'm going to agree, it's, I think it was you that said early on, early education to people that basically might think at some point that specific comments about a young girl that might be their peer because we're doing the youth clubs, would be okay because that's what people say to girls. Instead of actually only calling them out, because this also needs to happen, is also to educate them why. And to remove ourselves a little bit from the narrative that it could be your sister, or it could be your daughter, or it could be your niece. This is just a human being who's feeling very uncomfortable right now because of the comment or because of the behavior. And I think that education in the very early stages is very important for that.
I agree. Thank you very much. So we are going to move on to our speakers now, but I am aware that we have some newcomers in the room after part one. So what I want to do really briefly is, for anyone who's just got here, if you just quickly want to give us your name and where you're coming from, and then we'll crack on with our speakers. So I'll start over here.
Okay, well, I'm Sue Davies. I am part of the campaign group relating to a museum that we're trying to get on Congress Wall, looking at the legacy of enslavement and the fight for freedom in this particular part of the world, one of the birthplaces, I'm sorry to say, of slavery, but I'm also a former BBC journalist and an advocate.
Thank you.
And I'm in the community.
I'm Councillor Fraser Davis, I'm Citizen Revolution.
Hi everyone, Simon Corbin. I'm the Chief Inspector for TSG, so I work with these fantastic people here. I've been 30 years in policing, 25 years in London, and I've been here for about 4 years visiting. Thank you.
Hi everybody.
Hi.
My name is Tamsin. I'm a workshop tutor here at Second Wave.
You didn't introduce yourself.
I have been here the whole day. My name is Hannah and I'm the projects manager at Second.
Fabulous.
Oh yeah?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, David Michael, I'm a former police officer and a former councillor in the borough, and done quite a bit of community engagement.
Okay, so moving on to our next group of presenters. Up here with me, I now have Martin Gormley, the Lewisham Prevent Manager. I have Vicky Rapti and Isis Pottinger from the Ball Forum, and I have Bhavna Tejpal as well, the Safer Communities Engagement Coordinator. We'll also have Tanzin Kayembi speaking and Henad Chowdhury, both from Second Wave, as we've said, and we've got Professor Jill Jameson from the Institute for Life Course Development at the University of Greenwich, who will be speaking as well. So I won't say any more, I will just hand straight over to you. We've got another PowerPoint though, so if you do the same kind of semi-shift, so you can kind of see a bit of that and a bit of this, and then I'll hand over
Thank you everyone. So yeah, sorry about the PowerPoint, but if I had just tried to do it off the bat, I would have ended up whispering on about, I don't know, football probably. So this is more for me, to me focused actually, than to help yourselves. But please take note if you wish. My name is Martin Gormley, and I'm the Prevent Manager for the London Borough of Lewisham. My day job is actually preventing terrorism. So I'm concerned with identifying and supporting people who are deemed to be vulnerable to radicalisation. Coming here to talk about hate crime and its effect on women is probably sort of slightly out of my comfort zone, but it will come as no surprise to you. As we just said earlier, misogynistic hatred towards women is systemic in society, so it will come as no surprise to you that it also features very, very heavily in my world as well. So I'm just going to kind of touch on some of the elements of extremism that we come across and how misogyny manifests itself there. And then we'll look at some of the sort of language that crops up from time to time and where it crops up. And then maybe look at, actually, to be honest, you've answered my final slide is just a summary of a lot of what you've been saying just earlier. So hopefully it will ring some bells with you. No, it's not working.
It's got a bit of a delay, I should have said, so it might go through.
Oh, that looks interesting.
Well.
Let's fix that. Oh, I think you double clicked, Martin. That's a big moment.
Well,
In the world of PowerPoint, I think that's really not allowed.
okay, all right.
Just give me a second, I'll put you back.
Sorry, Hannah.
Oh, it's absolutely fine.
There we go.
We're going to hear about football.
So, I mean, misogynistic violence has been recognised as one of the faster growing terrorism threats of 2021. I think this was an Australian institute that I got this little snippet of information from. And reading an article earlier, I actually saw someone reference it as being a kind of a gateway to extremism, actually, which I thought was quite an appropriate way of putting things. And so let's start off looking at the range of kind of extremism that we have. And so as I said, just as misogyny is prevalent throughout society, it's also a common theme across all forms of extremism. Now, I don't know if any of you recognise, probably a lot of you in here will recognise these two ladies. This is Nicole Smallman and Beba Henry, who were murdered some time back. Now, on the surface, you probably wouldn't equate their murder with violent extremism or terrorism. However, it turned out subsequently that the perpetrator had been influenced significantly by a Nazi satanic organisation called the Order of the Nine Angles, and it was one of their adherents who actually convinced him that he needed to commit a certain number of murders in order to achieve his ultimate objectives, which in his case was enrichment. And that's why he went out and murdered these two people. So that's a connection, although the actual misogyny wasn't really connected. Sorry, the extremism wasn't really connected to this incident. It was certainly a vein that ran through it. And then on the other side of the extremism coin, click. I didn't want to click it again.
Come on, click.
I'm going to click it again. So on the other side of the extremism coin, if we look at the Islamist side, the treatment of the Yazidi women during the occupation of Iraq and the dehumanization that they managed to articulate within their own ideology shows that misogyny and hatred towards women is absolutely a factor on the Islamist side as well. Both of these types of violent extremism have a commonality in misogyny towards women. They're very similar, and it's about subservience to men and staying within traditional gender roles as defined by the men itself who are members of these organisations. So that's your kind of traditional extremism, if you like. But we've seen developments over the last few years. In fact, I wouldn't say the last few years. This has been in place for many, many years, but actually our understanding of it has just become more into focus in the last few years, and it's this so-called incel ideology, whereby the misogyny is actually is the main part of what they're about. This article's about a person called Alex Minassian who killed 11 people in Toronto. Basically because he was romantically unsuccessful, and this was his revenge against women. So awful incident, and this chap, he described himself as an incel, which is an involuntary celibate, someone who is unable to romantically link with members of the opposite sex. So, as if that wasn't bad enough, obviously we've got then the online space, whereby these things resonate and they echo around the internet, and then you get people coming out with statements like this, which I'm going to read out. This chap, I looked for him last night actually. This Roosh D, still on Twitter, professes to be a Christian actually, which I don't understand that myself, how he can say that, but there you go. Alex Manassian wouldn't have killed people with a van if the media had not inoculated him and other lonely men against effective game teachers like myself. A game teacher, that's quite a term, isn't it? What does that mean? We'll come to that in a little bit. Sleeping with only 2 or 3 Toronto Tinder sluts would have been enough to stop his urge to kill. So there we go, blaming women for that atrocity. And this is being echoed in the internet. And this is Twitter, by the way. It's not some kind of obscure chat forum, unmoderated chat platform. This was on Twitter. And just to illustrate that this is not an issue that's confined to North America, this chap, Jake Davidson, who committed murders in Plymouth, I think last year, maybe the year before, also a self-confessed incel who harbored hatred towards women and went on a shooting spree. Now, this wasn't classified ultimately as ideologically motivated. However, it turns out that he had consumed significant amounts of what you might call incel propaganda prior to committing his murders. So, where has this taken us? It's taken us to what has loosely been termed as the manosphere. Which is a kind of a loose network of online men's communities, and what they all have in common is an anti-feminist and sexist ethos, basically. They can be these communities can be loosely broken down into a number of different areas. So, for instance, we'll have men's rights activists, people who think men need rights too. Sort of like your sort of anti-Black Lives Matter people who come up with lives matter, white lives matter. That kind of rubbish, basically. So women's rights have gone too far. Time to put a stop for that. Men's rights are being put down, and we need our rights too. Then you've got this one, men going their own way. So I think this is men who actually feel kind of beaten by it all, to be honest, and sort of withdraw from society to a certain extent, and stop engaging with women altogether. And then we've got we call pickup artists. So there was that phrase earlier about game teachers. So this is a highly misogynistic part of the internet, and it's about men teaching other men apparently how to have romantic success with women through very, very violent and misogynistic ways. Are you familiar with the man called Andrew Tate? Anyone? Yes. Yeah. So he's been in the news recently. Odious character. This is the genre that he falls into. And unfortunately, his YouTube channel had enormous audience, absolutely enormous audience, which I find quite frankly astounding. But there you go. And we've got our incels as well, our community of people who think women actually owe them sex, and by not playing the game, then they're inviting trouble by this group of people. So a very quite a disparate but group of people that are united by misogyny at the end of the day. So let's look at some of the words that we come across in these. Well, the pills. Are you familiar with these red pills and blue pills? So it's from the Matrix, basically. If you know the score and if you realise that women are the enemy, and finally you've uncovered the truth, you've done your research, etc., then you've taken the red pill. If you don't subscribe to any of this rubbish at all, then you're blue pilled. We've also got alpha males and chads, and their opposites, beta males and cucks. So alpha males, stroke chads, attractive, successful men who are romantically successful with women. Generally hated by incel communities, actually, and have been sort of the perceived sort of object of retribution in a number of terrorist attacks. The opposite to that are beta males or cucks. Bit of Shakespearean language there, cucks being short for cuckold, isn't it? So that's, I think, from, isn't it? So that's your average man who has not yet taken the red pill. And here we can see the dehumanisation of women through new language that is developed. Femmes or femoids, female humanoids, mostly used by incels. So once again, this is about dehumanising women. And then gynocentrism, which was a new one to me until I saw it yesterday. So the theory that society revolves around and is dominated by women, which presumably is something that these people are actively fighting against. All very interesting. Now, so this was kind of my final slide, and you've answered this, all of you, with earlier on in that exercise earlier. So how can we help people, make them safer, if you like? First thing is we need to understand what we're looking at. So that's about training. It's about sessions like this, but it's also about training frontline workers, people who engage with the public on a daily basis. So that's one of the things that I do, is I provide regular training to teachers, social workers, etc., to help them understand the problem and how to deal with it. Next thing is that we need to consistently challenge. And consistently is the key as well. Not just once, you need to maintain a consistent level of intervention. Unacceptable behaviour is always unacceptable behaviour, and that needs to be maintained. We should educate. So critical thinking, for instance, one of the successes of what I've done over the last few years that I've been in Prevent in Lewisham is solely down to the project that I commissioned through Henna and Phil and Second Wave, which is the Shadow Games production, which goes into schools and teaches young people about critical thinking and the dangers that there are online. And it's a vital part of our Prevent delivery in Lewisham. And it's delivered by Second Wave, and it's absolutely wonderful, and it's absolutely vital for young people as well. We need to give people the tools to deal with the stuff should it happen, because we know, despite all our efforts, that it's still going to happen. So this is much like we were saying earlier, and Darren was touching on sort of safety planning, not actually being victim blaming as such. It's about giving people the tools to deal with things should they arise. We need to set standards and maintain those standards in our behaviour at all times as professionals. Absolutely vital that we do that. And when I say at all times, what I'm thinking, it's all very well doing this during your day job. Yes, I'm very professional and all that. However, then when you go to the pub with your colleagues after work, the mask slips, and all of a sudden, for instance, the mother-in-law jokes are coming out or something like that. It's not about that. It's about realising what is acceptable and what is unacceptable behaviour, and carrying it through not only your professional life but into your personal life as well. And then finally, but you're not going to see this one because it's at the bottom. I don't know if you can move that at all, can you? No. It's the bottom of that slide actually.
Oh no, sorry.
No, it's all right. Don't worry about it. The final point that I was going to make is about we can't be telling boys that they're wrong all the time. We need to be sort of validating them and encouraging them as well with a positive message too, and showing an alternative of what they can achieve if they don't go down this route of misogyny and hatred towards women. And actually not being like that is going to immensely improve your life, mate. That's the sort of thing that we need to be doing as well. So, I mean, these are things that you all mentioned as part of your answers when we did that little exercise earlier. So great, you get it already. These are my details. I do, as I say, deliver training to organisations and community groups as well. So if you've got any community groups that you think might want to hear something about terrorism, violent extremism, or the link with misogyny as well, then by all means, get in touch. And thank you very much, everyone.
So what I would like to ask from you guys is, for this section, if you have any questions, please use the post-it notes on your tables, just jot them down. We're going to hear from one of our speakers, and then we'll get to questions at the end. If you have any, questions, I don't want you to forget them, so just kind of jot them down, because that's what I'm doing to you. So yeah, on that note, thank you very much for that. That was very informative. I will move on. Whenever you're ready, take it away.
So, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, from the Violence Against Women and Girls, 2/3 of the Violence Against Women and Girls Lewisham team. So I am Vicky Rappe, I'm the program manager. With me is Estes Pottinger, who is my senior business support officer, and there's also another member of staff who is our MARC coordinator. Her name is Teresa, she's not with us right now. So, I mean, I think I'm preaching to the converted, but violence against women and girls brings together 10 different strands of policy as they are outlined down there. I'm not going to be reading out all of them. And it brings them out under one umbrella term. And within Lewisham, we are defining VOG as act of violence that is directed at a woman because she is a woman, or disproportionately affecting women acts of violence. I made just a small parenthesis here to say that although the term is violence against women and girls, this does not exclude people who are facing, for example, domestic abuse, or who are facing this kind of crime and happen to not be women or identify as men, or we know that this kind of crime sometimes can actually disproportionately affect people because of their sexuality as well. So yes, the term says women and girls, but men, for example, are not excluded from this at all. So obviously, violence against women, and as we've been discussing here almost all day, is not something new, unfortunately. But as you probably know, since the very horrific murder of Sarah Everard, as well as more locally Sabina Nessa, VOG has unfortunately come to the forefront, and central government has released their own strategy about how they're aiming to tackle that. And so has more locally MOPAC, our Mayor's Office of Policing and Crime, and here in Lewisham we also have our own strategy, and it's part of our team. It's a responsibility to make sure that this strategy is actually being implemented. So what we do on an operational level is we are running the MARAC along with our colleagues in the police. MARAC stands for Multi-Agency Risk Assessment Conference, and it's a forum where in confidentiality, agents like the police, probation, safeguarding adults, children's social care, come together in order to share information about managing very, very high-risk cases. MARAC is a conference that anybody can refer to. Then, once a referral comes through, depending on the level of risk, either the police is going to take it over, it's going to be held in MARAC, or, and this is, I'm nicely linking into our commission services, one of the independent domestic violence advisors, an individual Athena, is going to take it in. And Athena are the services that we commission in order to do operational work. So if there is, if somebody suffering from domestic abuse is being impacted by sexual harassment, stalking, they can be self-referred or they can be referred to Athena in order to be supported with what they're going through. Athena is also running our refugees, our homes for people that actually need to flee their homes because of the domestic abuse that's going on. And Athena are also with us in the World Forum, which is another forum that a lot of organizations that work in order to prevent violence against women and girls come together to see, hear best practice, share information, and discuss what is going on the ground. That aside, obviously we work collaboratively with every strand. We work with Prevent. There was very recently a case that was heard in MARAC that it was obviously having links with an extremist organization, and I immediately spoke to Martin. He responded to that. So this is what I said earlier. It's only with collaboration you can do the safeguarding. Is everybody's business. There is no way we can say that we do everything we can on our own in order to prevent or stop violence against women and girls or any form of safeguarding. This is what collaborative work is about. And also sharing platforms with our colleagues in community engagement, because it's very nice and dandy to have a very, very good commission service like Athena, but it doesn't make any difference if people like you don't know about it. It doesn't make any difference if somebody hears like noise at night repeatedly. They need to call the police, but maybe they need to make a referral as well. If these people don't know how they can do that, then it makes no difference. So it's very important to be engaging with the community, and we also left some materials on the way out in case anybody wants to have a look. This is very, very quick from me. This is all really I have to say today. This is our mailbox. So if anybody wants to ask any kind of questions about this, you can email us there. And I'm going to be very happy to respond. So that is all from us. And I'm very happy to take questions because I do not want to talk over things that I am pretty sure you already know. But if there's anything you want to ask me and I can respond, I'll do it on the spot. If not, I'm very happy to take it back and get back to you later.
Thank you very much. On the note of questions, if you do have any again, please jot them down and then we'll have.
Oh yes, excuse me.
Yeah. But we will be doing them while it's still. Are you ready?
Hi everyone, I'm going to stay in my chair this time. I'm Bagna. Hold on, this near microphone, so my voice is going to damage a lot. So, I'm the community engagement lead on the Safe Community Service, and very sorry to the people who might see themselves on the slides because you might not recognise some faces, old and new, from previous events that we've done in the community. At the top was a recent one we did earlier this week. So that was a drop-in at the PEEPS Community Forum with our colleagues from the police. We also had housing drop by as well. And that was just, we wanted to go there because it's, the Community Forum isn't funded by Lewisham Council, and we sometimes find that places that don't have funding or recognition, those communities almost get left out. And we wanted to take our awareness into those communities. And the one below was the second wave event last year, which Michael was at as well. And the one below that was an event we held last year during Hate Crime Awareness Week at Deptford Library, and that was in conjunction with our partners at Metro Charity and Lewisham Speaking Up as well. Okay, might have to press again.
No, don't.
Oh, no, it's okay. So by community engagement,
the reason why we go out into the community and do what we do is to empower communities to report hate crime and hate incidents. We also raise awareness of what a hate crime or hate incident is. Not many people know, and they sometimes don't know that they're being a victim of one. And we just want to make sure that their voices are heard and they know how to. We commission Stop Hate UK. They provide support to those who are affected by hate crime across the borough. But we also have third-party reporting sites because not everyone feels comfortable in going directly to the police because they don't sometimes know it's been a crime, and also English might not be their first language. So we, although Stop Hate have the interpreters service as well, but we tell people to look into their communities as well, places of worship. So we have the Illusion Islamic Centre, Catholic Synagogue, also the Anglican Church as well. They're involved in our hate crime working group, but also they reach out to me individually when they're worried about people in their communities as well, in terms of if anyone's reported anything to them that maybe could be during Friday prayers at mosque or anything like that. And also us being able to go out, the views, opinions, and experiences of seldom heard voices. Well, people sometimes say hard to reach, but no, we don't say that because communities aren't hard to reach. We have to adapt the way we communicate with communities. You know, not everyone thinks the same, and even people within one ethnic group or a religious group, we don't all think the same. And I think people try and bracket certain groups together, and everyone's an individual, has different needs, even though we may look alike. But also one of the main things is to make perpetrators aware of the consequences, because there's people who probably are accessing these drop-ins, accessing community resources that go to, who are possibly perpetrators of hate crime, or may have said something really horrible to someone more during the rush hour in the morning on the tube that was racist, sexist, homophobic. And we also want to make them aware that if you are in the community and you are trying to sort of scare people who live amongst us, there are consequences, which is why sometimes we ask the police to come out with us and do some engagement work as well. Okay, so some examples of community engagement that we've done. Lewisham Safe Neighbourhood Board has its hate crime working group, and some of us recently went out, started getting out to some services to meet people in person. So we started with the 999 Club, which is the homeless service, and we wanted to continue that. The same community service and partners, we hold drop-ins in the community. Our most recent one was earlier this week at the Peaks Community Forum, and I just want to give you an example of something that happened during that drop-in. At the Peaks Community Forum, there's a weekly HIV support group that runs, and they asked if they could speak to me in confidence, and they said that they were getting people turning up outside the place and taking photos of them and trying to scare them. And we were able to then engage the police, ask the police to come over and talk to them, and how the Safe Neighbourhood team will be able to support them during this drop-in on a Friday. And also the Refugee Council, myself and the police, we run workshops for families supported by the Refugee Council. So we run workshops for Afghanistani, Syrian and Ukrainian families on how to report a hate crime and hate incident, but also on the role of the police as well, so people know their rights and know that the police are there to support them. I've tried not to go into too much detail because I could go on forever. But if you feel like you would like to partner with us to maybe raise awareness of hate crime, or your service would like to even possibly, if you're tackling hate crime and you wish to join the Lewisham SME Hate Crime Working Group, the forum runs every 3 months. We have a meeting. My email address is there, so do write it down, email me anytime, and hopefully we can work together. Thank you.
Great, so now I would like to open the floor up to some questions. So for any of our speakers, hopefully you've jotted some stuff down, we've got a little bit of time to kind of ask away. So does anyone have any questions that they want to ask? Yeah.
So my question is sort of around
online hate extremism. I suppose there's a lot we can do at a local level. We can engage our young people, communities, but these platforms are based in America, are private companies, and I'm from Stop Hate UK, and we do a lot of work online as well, and sort of looking at dealing with reports of online hate. The issue is sometimes a game of whack and mold, in that Andrew takes the world of here, they platforms, but they were on the platform in the first place, quite often getting a lot of money from these platforms, and then eventually there's enough flack that they receive and then get taken off. So the question, I suppose, is a big question, is how do we, at the community level, manage and deal with something which is a huge international issue as well? So, is it Richard? Sorry, from Martin. So really, it was a question for you, Martin, but I appreciate it's a very big question. I know there's the online arms bill, or say online safety bill, I think it's going through Parliament at the moment. Would be interested to hear thoughts really.
Well, you very correctly pointed out that this is not really something that we can necessarily address locally, because these people have these companies have global reach. So you're absolutely right there. The prevent strategy, so I'm funded actually by the Home Office, so I'm commissioned by the Home Office to deliver the prevent strategy in Lewisham. But it's not just about local delivery, the prevent strategy. So there is a unit within the Home Office that deals specifically with this, actually. And they take down what you might call sort of extremist internet sites. So, I mean, as an example, extremist organisations, there used to be a website called Atom Waffen, which I believe is now defunct, having been taken down through those efforts. But as you say, what you're pointing to is the proliferation of extremist content on mainstream websites, which is a different matter altogether. And very often, these are sites that are not even blocked by things like school firewalls, for instance. So they are problematic. And I do know that the government centrally works with those organisations at a very high level to try and ensure that extremist content is removed as quickly as possible. But I think, as we've all seen, that's a very difficult ask indeed. So therefore, at a local level, I think it's about ensuring that people are aware that this stuff's still around, and knowing what to do when they come across it, how to inoculate yourself against that kind of content. So, and how algorithms work, etc., etc. So I think at a local level, the only thing that we can do really, other than flagging stuff up, which has got value, absolutely it's got value. I think the main thing that we can do in Lewisham is educate people about those dangers. Really.
Also, I would say that it's very, very important that as older people, to understand that especially the younger ones live on this world. I had my first mobile phone in hand in 1997, and it was a huge Ericsson thing like this big. Even if somebody teased at school, that ended in school, you went back home and then life went on. When we're dealing with younger people of any age that are affected by online hate crime, we need to have our ears open and understand how much this really impacts them and not dismiss it in some kind of, this is not real, these people are not real, they would never say this to your face, etc., which is absolutely correct. However, these individuals are being affected in a profound way that we as people that were not raised like this might not understand. So this, for me, is also very important to keep in mind. As a community, as Martin said, I'm not sure if locally this could, maybe it's part of training, maybe it's part of conversations we're having when we engage each other, but yes, younger people live in that virtual world and is as horrible and colorful as real life could be.
So on the point of inoculation as a form of educational training, I think it's extremely impressive the work that's being done in the Shadow Games, and it's great to hear that we rank that well. I wondered therefore, bearing in mind the point the kind of younger people are kind of continuously hit with the barrage of this stuff in terms of online social media, and actually possibly the most effective thing we can do, I agree, is to work on inoculation programs in terms of critical thinking, helping people before this hits them. I was wondering what your next stages were. And the reason I'm mentioning that also is there's some very interesting research that we've done by psychologists at Cambridge University who've been looking at misinformation and how to help people not to get sucked into misinformation. And their research indicates exactly what Martin is saying, which is that actually it's too late when you're being bombarded and swamped with this stuff. You need to be helped before. So in a way, what I'm saying is, are there some new programs which are coming forward to help the upcoming generations to take it to the next stage of critical thinking?
There are continually products becoming available, but also there's continual research that becomes available as well. So my role, it's vital that I keep on top of that, really. So we are lucky that we benefit from sessions put on by the Home Office on emerging threats, which we get online once a month or so, which are very helpful. But in terms of sort of actual delivery moving forward, I'm not sure that that's something that is in my pay grade to talk about. I mean, so Prevent itself is a bit up in the air at the moment. There's an independent review that is outstanding, and they're also looking at amending the statutory guidance that goes with the Prevent duty, which is the actual legislation that requires statutory authorities to have due regard for the prevention of terrorism. So those two big pieces of work are going to, I feel, fundamentally alter the direction of Prevent. Obviously, that's taking place at a ministerial level. And then I suppose added to that, we've got the current government and the associated issues that go along with them. So, sorry, Gilbert, who knows, I think is the answer, really.
Thank you.
Right, so I'm sorry to cut it again, guys, but I'm gonna have to move on now. So again, any questions, please jot them down, and hopefully at the end we have some more time to kind of touch on this. So I will now hand over to Henna and Tamsin. Yeah, over to you guys.
Thank you. I shall take one, please, for us, Tamsin.
Do you want?
No, we'll figure it out. There we go. We deserve no Tamsin.
Your microphone. Hi, everybody. All right, let's just do a little easing activity. So after 3, take a deep breath in and then breathe out. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, breathe in, and then breathe out. Release. Let's do it one more time. One more time. So after 3, breathe in and then breathe out. 1, 2, 3, breathe in, and breathe out. And give yourself a round of applause. So hello everybody, my name is Tamsin.
And hi, my name is Henna.
And I'm a lyricist and a workshop tutor here at Second Wave.
And I'm the project manager at Second Wave.
So as a young person, I started my journey here at Second Wave at 13 years old, and I developed my skills and my confidence. I went from being a participant to a volunteer to then training as a workshop leader. I write and perform my poetry, my spoken word, as well as leading workshops for the program, for the Young Women program we have here at Second Wave.
Our aim is to provide a safe, creative space that welcomes all young people from the age of 10 up to 24 years.
And at Second Wave, we offer a range of creative activities. And we also do outreach workshops where we take our sessions to the centre, to the youth group, and facilitate those sessions with people. We offer also, just to say the range, sorry, I'm getting into it, you know. We offer drama, music, film, writing, and production. Our new program, which is the Change Makers program, invites young people from 15 plus as volunteers to help us plan and design events attend meetings and speak up for other young people in the process.
All our workshops encourage young people to protect themselves, know their rights, and share knowledge with other young people. And since 2015, we have been organizing events addressing hate crime.
So our young women's work is called My Life. When I say my, you say life, my, life. Just checking you're with me. So one of the most important ways to tackle hate crime is by us providing a safe space for young people. So at Second Wave, we are a third-party reporting site for incidents of hate crime. Since May this year, we've been offering the My Life program, encouraging young women to express some of the issues that they face on a daily basis, which is why it's like My Life. Happens in my life. This program is free and open to all young women aged between 10 to 17 years old. All the young women come here from their own choice, so it's not compulsory for them to attend the sessions. And most of our sort of referrals are sort of through word of mouth. So a young woman would come here and be like, "How can I bring my friend?" Or they would tell someone that the schoolmate, "I'm doing this My Life thing, why don't you come with me?" So it's always through word of mouth.
Take this sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Alright. Okay, just to add to that, the My Life workshops are also outreach workshops. So we have been delivering them at, say, Young Women's Hub by looking at developing long-term partnerships so we can work, over time with them and their young women. Just another note about My Life program, specifically working with young women. We found that working in small groups over a long time is key to building trust and helping young women explore the everyday experiences that they face. We at Second Wave try to develop a person-centered approach. So really, it is about the people who actually walk into the center, rather than even a label like young women aged between such and such. It really is about who walks through those doors. And it's about encouraging young women to build their skills and confidence, but also enable them to support other young women. So it's like a two-pronged thing that we do. And through this project, we've also made some really close links with parents, grandparents, and other carers of those young women. Again, looking at how do we support these families that have vulnerable young women in them. So I'm going to just speak a little bit about the fantastic work that Tamsin does, which is about, she runs music and lyrics workshops, particularly with young women here. A little bit of it's wonderful to what Tamsin does. She does a lot more than just that. But so these, the workshops then are focused on helping young women find their voices. The part that sort of I contribute to is, bringing tools and equipment into the workshop, so filming and sound recording. And these are about building, of course, but also amplifying the voices that have come out through the music and lyrics and writing sessions of Second Wave. I'd like to show you some extracts from some young women. So these are interviews. These are long-term members of Second Wave. They came as participants, or much younger women, early on, several years ago. And then since then, they've received training and support to become change makers, which are volunteers program in Second Wave. So they shared these little stories with us, of course, looking at their own experience, but also with a view to supporting other young women. I'm going to try this clicky thing now. And with a view to, a little friendly logo. Oh. Interview. We've got two short interview extracts to show you. In theory, it should play.
So I'm Angel, I'm 17, and I'm from Deptford. So me and my family went out for a meal all together. So me and my dad went to the shops, and these three boys standing outside the shop. Two of them tried to come up to me, try to get my number, and I said no, I have a boyfriend. So I went in the shop. My dad came back out, so I got back in the shop, and then they started throwing peanuts and everything at me. One of them did try to come into the store to try to buy something, but when the staff already see what's going on, they said no. After that, they went back outside and then they're saying, I'm dead, and holding their hands like they had an object or something sharp that could hurt someone.
So they were threatening you, these 3 boys?
Yeah.
And how old were they?
They looked around 14, 15, so like a little bit younger than me. I feel like because I said no to them, trying to give them my number, then they felt embarrassed with their friends. So now they're trying to get back at me to not give them my number up.
And describe what they did when you said no, I'm not.
They walked away and they put their head over their head so I couldn't see what they looked like, and was holding their pants and was saying that I'm dead, and that was it. They said I'm dead, so I feel like they meant it like I'm ugly. So like this slang for like you're dead was going on pretty well.
And how did you feel after that incident?
I felt frozen, like I didn't know what to do, I just frozen, so I like breaking down. So I didn't know what to do at that moment.
Were you quite shocked?
I was in shock, yeah.
So tell me more about your attitude. You told your family you could have retaliated as the boys were walking away. Why did you stop them from retaliating?
Because I didn't know what they was going to walk into, like this situation. If my family got hurt, because someone else trying to be like rude or because they didn't get their own way. So I didn't want my family to get hurt over 3 like silly little boys to be younger than my whole family, so it's just not worth it.
And do you go to that shop often? Do you ever think you might see those boys again?
I'm not really around that area, so lucky enough I don't have to go past it or go near it, so hopefully I don't see them anywhere.
So that was an extract from a 40-minute or so interview that we conducted here at Second Wave with Angel. Again, I'm going to show you an extract from a different interview, and in theory it will play. There you go.
Hi, could you just say a little bit about what you do at Second Wave?
Hi, my name is Precious, and what I do at Second Wave is that I'm a change maker for younger students.
Could you tell us a little bit about the kinds of things that a change maker might do at Second Wave?
Help the younger ones to feel comfortable, to feel confident in themselves, and to just feel like Second Wave is just like home, basically. So,
What sort of, I know that I've seen you helping Kiana and the event crew. And that's what we call front of house, isn't it, setting things up. Can you just say a little bit about the kind of things you're doing with Kiana?
I help Kiana with hospitality, meaning that I help put out the food, I help to fill out the food. I help Kiana to put things in place, and so that when other people come, she doesn't have to go up and down,
Sorry, I don't think this is quite the right one.
And I make sure that the other change makers have their time sheet, and then yeah.
Okay, I think you've been really helpful during events. We've been really impressed at how dedicated you've been. Could you say a bit more about some of the events that you've been helping out? Let's say, for example, with Summer Way.
Sorry, that's quite actually, that ended up being the whole interview. There was like a little extract that obviously I haven't quite got. But I do want to tell you a little bit about what she talks about. So Precious in this interview further on, and actually maybe we could share it in some way later on with you. She talks about the judgment that she faces as a young woman, particularly a young woman with some disabilities. And so the question we asked her about is how does it feel, to be judged, and what are the impacts of judgment on young women? And she gives us some very valuable insights on what that is like for a young woman with disabilities and what that means for her going forward in terms of having her independence and building her future. And then she sort of also talks about the experience here at Second Wave of working with other young women in safe, protective environments and how that actually helped her overcome some of those obstacles and how her confidence is actually built. So I'm sorry that I haven't managed to put that together, but I hope you all are impressed with all the presentations of yours that I put together. So let me move on to, no, we're not done yet. Not yet. And crucially, I can actually play this. Okay, so this is a little bit that I wanted to, I'll stop shouting if I come over here. So in the beginning, we talked a little bit about our creative process. Those were the interviews. But also through the intelligence that we've received from parents and young women and other carers, we use those kind of research ideas and look at a creative way of creating narratives that then help people process their own stories, but also help us to understand how we help young women better. So here is the work that some young women have done in Tamsin. These are monologues that are based on real-life experiences, everyday lived experiences of young women. They've been turned into spoken word pieces, and hopefully we'll hear them.
I'm changing, growing. I love to adorn my body. I like clothes in every variety, short, long, colours and shapes, but self-expression brings judging eyes. I told my teacher, a boy put his hand up my skirt. He said, that's what you get for dressing like that. Dressing like what? Yeah, my skirt is short, but I never gave him permission. I never gave him consent. My short skirt is not an invitation, so why do I get the blame? I'm 14.
Keep your phone in your pocket. Make sure your portable charger is working. Have you got your whistle? If you see groups of men, don't approach them. Walk around them or cross the road. Walk closely to older women like mums with kids. Don't speak to anyone you don't know. If people call you or try to get your attention, just ignore them. You don't know them. If things get nasty, don't worry, they're just showing up for their friends. Call me and run home.
Great, thank you. So the first piece was the story of a 14-year-old young woman. The second one was the experience of a mother about how she has to protect her 10-year-old young daughter when she's walking around. So I hope that was useful, and I think that's us. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. I'd now like to invite Professor Jill Jameson and Rebecca Smith onto the stage over the other speakers. I am also aware that because I am not a student, we are running over quite a bit. So if anyone has to leave, I understand. I hope you don't though, because I'm really looking forward to our next speakers as well. So yeah, but if you can all stay, great, but if you don't, I understand. So whenever you are ready, sure. Take it away.
Should do it.
So one, and how do you go back?
Oh, we can't go back, but you can signal to me at that end. And we just have to learn signing airport system.
I'm glad to get it wrong, but thank you very much.
No one's ever asked you how to go back.
Good to see everybody, and thank you very much for the Second Wave for this wonderful event. Can I also say how sorry I am that Sophia Staffy cannot be with us. She was going to be presenting with us from a social psychology perspective, but I'm delighted that Associate Professor Becky Smith is here to support, and you've got social psychology.
Yes, I'm in the social psychology.
And just to say that Rosanna is here with us in the audience as the director of ILD, and I'm thanking her for all of her support in helping us with the work of the Second Wave and the ongoing engagement that we have with the police as well. So if I am able to do all right, what? So I'm going to try and be as brief as I can, but please wind me up if I want to know. I was asked to talk about online hate, grooming, and problems of trust within women. We're speaking from the University of Greenwich, around the corner anyway, 12 minutes walk from here. And I think therefore the length of the partnership is important to remember in terms of that dialogic engagement process, or talking to each other basically, around education dialogue as a truthful, exploratory co-construction process. Sorry about the words, but basically trying to build knowledge together in a safe space of a community of practice. By which I mean that we listen to each other, we are aiming to support each other to deal with some of these very, very difficult issues. It's about social learning and about building knowledge together. Now, I know that the police have said to us that they look at the statistics sometimes with a degree of skepticism around whereas maybe this is just better reporting, but I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. All that I see is that the stats are saying from the Home Office that hate crime has almost tripled since 2014-15. And you can see this enormous rise in it, linked possibly to the pandemic. So from that point of view, I'm talking to you very briefly, just highlighting some of the issues we've already discussed around online social media grooming, which is hugely problematic. Whether it's to do with better reporting or whether it is actually taking place or both as an increase, the online grooming crimes rose apparently 84% in 4 years from 2017 to 2022. And 82% of the victims of those cases were girls, as reported by NSPCC. So from that point of view, thinking about it in terms of our work here today, girls aged 12 to 15, I think we've already heard, were the most likely victims, targeted by groomers in 83% of more than 10,000 cases reported by police in that timescale, as noted by the NSPC and other sources of information. I think that data is absolutely shocking. And I think from our point of view then, I want to highlight very, very briefly, we've heard already the tragic stories of the victims of misogyny, of the victims of violence against women and girls. We have seen the pain and the suffering that brings. In acknowledgement and thank you to Zero Violence Against Women and Girls for the beautiful image on the left, the very sad image. Trust in the police amongst women and ethnic minority groups has declined. 76% of women believe that the culture of policing has to change to better respond to violence against women and girls. We know these figures. They were reported by YouGov in November 2021. Here we are committed to doing something to work on this, to improve things that we need to note and observe as we have already done. Not only the tragic suffering that has been caused, but also the difficulties of what we have to do together, and the fact that effectively this challenge has not gone away, no matter how many policies, no matter how many good intentions, no matter how much funding, it has not gone away. So what can we do? Well, we aim together in participatory research to do this problem-solving approach, to build a deep kind of knowledge in a community of practice, bringing together people's perspectives and developing openness to others. And within that, we're looking at leadership in the community as an intergroup relationship, a kind of know-how that we develop together based on the tacit knowledge. And I'm talking about tacit knowledge in terms of the hidden things that people don't ordinarily necessarily say. We don't ordinarily necessarily say, well, I had this thing that happened to me, it was absolutely terrible, I didn't know what to do. To speak the truth. Part of our purpose here is to develop critical thinking, to develop dialogue together and trustworthiness in speaking the truth. We can do that because it's a safe space. We can do that in an atmosphere of mutual respect and integrity, benevolence, competence, and compassion, because we know we speak with equal voice and with equal tongue, and we're actually committed together to these difficult problems. So from that point of view, in developing openness to others' perception, recognizing the work that has been done over 22 years, I wanted to say this is a longitudinal
development. In fact, the 40 years that Second Wave has been working in this area, we need to acknowledge. And in building trust and the critical encounters between young people and the police, resolving conflict together, we want to embrace that cultural literacy, the differences of others, and to mutually work forward in respect, and to come to some kind of solution if we can possibly. I want to thank you, everybody, who contributed to the ref. We did brilliantly. Thank you, Rosanna, for all of the support from Second Wave and the partnership. We did 75% in terms of 3-star, which is internationally excellent, 25% in terms of 2-star recognition of the UK Research Excellence Framework. That actually is a very good result. They said to us, look, you know, the thing that you need to do, you need to influence policy. That's the missing bit. And I thought, they said we're having very considerable impact. It's very good. There's lots of great stuff going on. We need to influence policy. That's where we get a really more significant, if you like, a 4-star rated world-class submission. So we have then been collecting new data, 24 interviews on trust, coercion, and online grooming recently done. Thank you to the brilliant, brilliant work of the interviewees and the interviewer, Elaine, who has helped us. And 23 hours effectively have been collected in terms of data, as well as questionnaire response. The next steps then are to record and observe some group discussions, to come together in an in-depth analysis and to work on the publication of results, to discuss them, to translate the scenarios into virtual reality also is an aim. I was talking to Dana, I hope you don't mind my saying earlier, about how important this work is, how good those interviews were. I was thinking it might be a good idea if Second Wave wants to collect all the material from all of the interviews and questionnaires and to actually kind of publish internally a kind of collection of data and then invite people to come and discuss it and to maybe do some analysis together. This is participatory research. I need to work, we need to work with you to actually come together to some kind of solution. It's not anything we can do on our own. It needs to be done together. And recognizing that, just very briefly, I want to report a snapshot of thoughts from the interviews. Blind trust in the groomer. It's often the seduction of an innocent person. The violence and cruelty of an innocent person being seduced. They are completely out of their depth, the victim. They think the groomer is a good person. They actually don't know that they're being groomed. It is tragic. And from that tragedy, looking at the Shadow Games work, thank you, Martin, for all that you have done in terms of talking to us and helping us about them. Osiris, the figure who's the groomer in Shadow Games, sells them big dreams, he boasts, but he isn't in the slightest remorseful. So this deceptive coercion, this emotional manipulation is the power of that charismatic individual to draw people in, to exploit their innocence and vulnerability, and to do so in this game through social media. The perpetrator hides behind their mask. Now, just thinking of that, they recruit online in some cases. It's a gradual game of entrapment. People lose any sense of judgment or critical awareness. They are blind to threats that are affecting their lives. So instead, Second Wave says we are encouraging young people and us to question and to criticize. Very, very briefly, we don't have time to go into this regretfully. We found that online social media grooming is particularly dangerous because it's easy to infiltrate, because people can be hidden, because everything's online. Young people rely on online media. The problem of blind trust is exacerbated by this manipulative pretense, which is difficult to control, difficult to spot. The power dynamics of this unequal perpetrator-victim relationship is a kind of enchantment. And it's easy for the charismatic groomer in this game of manipulation to infect the thinking into an increasing entrapment where they have no help from their family, from friends, and effectively it leads to the most horrific crimes, as the police have pointed out today and helped us with. The pandemic has made it worse in terms of vulnerability and loneliness. It can start with something quite small, and it actually grows in momentum, unfortunately. Money, glamour, and deceptive care of the person are brought into it progressively. talking very briefly about the solutions together, the power of community leadership to survive this, that mutual respect for different views, that sense that we are building trust together, the success that there has been in second wave as part of that, the power of community leadership, the development of pro-social relational intelligence, and this model of bringing young people up into the care of the community. That is what second wave has done. I think it's essential. And I therefore ask you in our debate after Becky has talked, to how do we build knowledge to challenge hate crime, to protect from online social media grooming? How do we help solve the problem of trusted police? How do we build it together?
Thank you.
Much. Hi everybody, and yeah, thanks very much for listening to me. Sorry I'm not Sophia, but I'm also a social psychologist, so I'm just going to speak very briefly. I'll cut this quite short, because quite a lot I can tell from what we've discussed. There's a number of things here that we don't need to go into in too much detail, but I'm just going to give you a brief kind of some pointers on how psychology might be able to help us to think about ways in which we can work together, ways in which we can focus and organise some of the things. Because I've noticed a number of kind of common themes that are coming up, and I'm going to focus on the end part of the talk when we talk about how, when we understand misogyny, yes, that's quite the extreme end of something that is much more broadly supported at attitudinal level and across our societies, and because of that, it can only be solved collectively. So we're looking at multiple institutions, we're looking at different levels working together, just like this, which is why it's so exciting. So yes, I'm very smiley about a very depressing topic, but yeah, so we're looking at understanding those attitudes. So in psychology, it's what we think, what we feel, what we do, but understanding that socially within a broader system. So yes, it's about individual differences, some people being more aggressive than others, but there's also this idea that that happens within a broader system of norms that we are all, to some extent, involved in sort of perpetuating. And of course, there's the other side of it, understanding how misogyny is causing harm, both on a psychological and a physical level. I'm not going to go into this debate because I'm not qualified to talk about it. What I did want to flag though is this idea, because of, as we know, things like sexual violence, intimate partner violence disproportionately hit women, and there was movement around whether or not this should be classed as a hate crime. It was decided against that for practical reasons, it seems, because conviction rates and prosecution rates are low. The idea is that it might be even more complicated. We might kind of get in our own way. One thing I wanted to flag there was based on a point that Ebony made earlier, in that we have existing hate crime, which is gendered, it is intersectional. When we see sort of racial hate crime, quite often it is a clear gendered angle to it anyway. So it is, I think, even called allyship and education, because it's come up quite often as the idea, oh, education is the solution, but we have to think critically about what is the point of that education? How can we do it in a way that meets people where they're at, that is fit for purpose for the thing that we want to achieve, okay? So it's going to help actual police officers in their day-to-day life. It's not going to be, me talking for 2 hours about the patriarchy, okay, which I can do, but so looking at meeting different people at different, what they need, what do kids need at what level? Quite often we're finding them coming in too late, where they're already socialised into certain ideas that have been, perpetuated just from the poems that you hear about, like the way boys treat girls and when they're 14, do you know what I mean? I try and do stuff on sexual violence reduction when they get to university, which I hope has an impact, but really we want to be looking much, much younger. So thinking about how we can all work together, a couple of different speakers have mentioned, so Sophia's written upstanders here, or active bystanders, or bystander intervention. That's quite a well-established approach to looking at across a range of different things. You can get it, you can look at intervening against discrimination in a range of different forms, or intervening in a way that helps reduce or helps stop a sexually violent act. And this is something that's, you know, useful for the police, but one of the things I would try and encourage us to think about is some really key points were made. The idea of intervening in a way that's public and that's at the time. If you can do that, that's brilliant. But that, because you act as an influence agent at that point, you show other people who are witnessing that that's the correct way to behave. As somebody else pointed out, once you get one person doing that, you often get a snowball effect, because actually there is more support against misogyny, against sexism, than is often expressed. So there's quite often other allies in the room. But what I would like to do is get people to think that other people who don't feel as safe to do that, because there's elements of privilege that allow certain people to intervene in certain contexts, doesn't mean that other people can't also intervene if we educate them on different options. So safe ways. It's not just about getting yourself in a fight. You know, it doesn't have to be conflictual. There's situations where just asking another person, "Are you okay?" at a bus stop, because there's some guy sort of harassing them. Just the act of being seen can stop that perpetrator. So there are smaller things that we can do, getting people to think about those skills. We're also looking at allyship. What does that even mean? So thinking about it critically. Some of the work that I've looked at is looking at what's useful allyship. It's not a badge you wear. It's not a thing you are. It's a thing you do. Getting people to think of this as a process that we go through. It's not about looking like you're a nice person, which is nice, but it's about actively helping a group to get to where they need to be, to get to a more equitable position. So that doesn't mean speaking on their behalf. It means me, you know, making space for those different voices. So thinking critically about what we want. And then I'm going to end on a much more depressing pyramid than Jill showed. And this is really just to show how we can think about how it is and why it's important that we tackle those lower level attitudes and cultural elements that are the kind of foundations for the much rarer behaviours that we get at the top of that paradigm, of that pyramid. So it's quite rare for people to murder women, okay? Not rare. Ultimately, what are we doing at those lower levels that is informing those people on some level it's acceptable? It's acceptable for certain individuals' rights to go over other individuals' rights. How do those lower level views on how we socialise boys, how we normalise violence, and how we remove the idea of particularly women, but other marginalised groups, of autonomy over their own behaviour, how those increasingly violent types of behaviour. And that's where an understanding of psychology can help, and that's where a big community change can give us this culture shift that takes away the foundations that have given the green light to that problematic behaviour. So I hope that's useful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you to all of our speakers here. Again, I am aware that we are running over quite a bit, so I will just say a kind of, again, if anyone has to leave at this point, I understand. But I would really like to quickly, and I will be strict this time, open the floor to some. Thank you for coming. Open the floor to some questions for any of our speakers that have been in this section. Some at the front, and then we have Jill, Rebecca here, and we have Tamsin and him as well. I have lots, but I'll let you guys go first, so I don't take up the whole 10 minutes. So if anyone has any questions, I'll do my
Yes, it's not a question as such. It was just something Rebecca said that I think is that, you know, I just think it was a good point in terms of saying, in terms of the smaller things that we can do, because I think many other, speaking about females, I know I've definitely done this, like being in a club or something and seeing that girl might be being harassed. Rather than make a scene, I might just pretend to be her friend, you know, or being at a bus stop and just making sure that I'm in between. So I think, and I don't think that's a female thing, but I think it's important to do the little things. Just wanted to add that. I don't really talk about that today, but I think as a female, I'll do it automatically. I wasn't even thinking I was, you know, doing anything big. If I can see someone's in trouble, I will. And many times I've saved girls, just a little, I'm not saying that there's going to be attacked, but they just weren't comfortable in that situation. So.
And that's almost another way to do it, isn't it? Because we talked about needing to almost be empowered and confident to kind of stand up against things that you see, and that's kind of a way of doing it in a way
You don't make a scene.
that doesn't put you in much, you know, in too much harm's way, really. It's kind of like helping without really, you know, doing too much. I think I had one over here, and then I'll give over to Henna as well.
Again, not really a question, but I was really pleased that you actually showed that pyramid, because what I'm trying to put across many times is that things don't exist in a vacuum. So a lot of people have issues with specific campaigns, for example, that call out people who don't call out a perpetrator. And I have heard comments that, you know, domestic violence is, and I put quotation, more important. Absolutely, we're looking at a crime being committed, we're looking at very, very larger impact. However, they don't exist in a vacuum, and there is no more important act of sexism and misogyny than the other. We cannot pick them and weigh them against each other and see which one is actually more important. It's part of the same spectrum.
Work together.
It's part of the same. If one doesn't exist, the other won't, or the other will diminish or hopefully. So I'm very happy to see that, because this is something that I've been trying to like say that, look, like, saying that, oh, for example, we're all the men that, you know, the things you mentioned now, didn't cross my mind back then, but well, that is part of the issue then.
Yeah.
But it's not, it does not necessarily mean that you're actively involved in something, but I'm thinking that something could be okay in inverted commas, because it used to be, or for whatever reason, is part of a broader problem. The second thing, and I'll stop after that, is that also you spoke about allyship, and that's another thing that I'm trying to always make sure that is understood when I'm speaking about this. There's no against men here. The same system that makes a woman live in a constant risk assessment is the same system that tells boys and men that they cannot cry, they cannot have any other emotional anger, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, they won't have
It's the same
suicide
system.
Yeah.
When people say that Jesus, like the most, the larger number of suicide victims are men, it's that system that makes them that.
Yeah.
It's that system that makes them feel even that they cannot, when they're victims, even reach out, because the victims of domestic abuse, it's the same system, it's the other flip of the coin. So that's another thing that I find really important in this debate, that we make sure that yes, we need to be talking to boys, and yes, earlier on in age, and we need to be talking to men, but it's not talking at them. It's making them see that it seems as if it's you, but it doesn't, really. It's basically the same.
Completely agree, and I think also it's that thing that I think quite often there's research that shows that boys also know this asserts them. What they don't realise is how much there is also agreement from other boys that they also think it's not right. So there's a lot of encouraging bits of information that can suggest that this, once we get to a critical mass, will have a really positive effect. I think other things that exist on that lower level about the attitudes that I think is really important was when we were looking at ideas around safety and ideas about how those things are related. And if we look at things like myths that people believe around sexual assault and myths that people believe around intimate partner violence, which means that it's the fear of quite a rare thing that puts them at risk of a more commonly active thing, so the person that they live with, but it also, that's the thing that's controlling their behaviour. So that's the thing that's stopping them, that's their movement at night, that's stopping their freedom of expression. So it's understanding how these, you know, it might just seem like a rape joke to you, and it's just a bit of banter, not you, but in actual fact, that's that underpinning thing that is having these massive impacts, that's giving the green light to the perpetrator, that is controlling women's behaviour. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think I had Henna, I've got one over here, and then
Well, I just have a very quick point, and because we were talking about bystanders, and I could see that our critical encounters team has arrived. So those of you who are going to stay for the evening, we're actually looking at a very dramatized version of a girl on a bus stop and the role of bystanders. And we're going to be unpacking quite a lot of that, and that'll be presented by the young people at Second Wave. So I just wanted to say, do questions for that bit. Yeah.
I just want to ask, are there any exemplar societies where this isn't a problem, that are relevant, that you can draw on as examples as where it works?
Sorry.
Yeah, that was it really, just that wider,
I don't know what Becky's thoughts would be, but certainly there are a number of worldwide, or very large data sets, amongst which is the Happy Planet Index, which is the happiest country in the world. But you also have stuff to do with transparency, which are the most transparent, in other words, most trustworthy kind of countries. You also have a global trust barometer. The same countries, oddly enough, keep on tending to appear, would you be? And the interesting thing about that is they tend to be countries where there tends to be good law and order, good systems of working, good set of kind of citizenship values. Oddly enough, from some people's perspective, depending on your economic positioning, equality is a really, really important thing. In other words, the more equal a society is, the more likely it is that people will be peaceful and happy, and things will run well, and everything will go okay. In other words, Denmark, kind of a number of the other Nordic countries, New Zealand, there's other examples. Puerto Rico is very interesting because it's a very happy country, actually, so there's many good things about a number of different countries which, from a green perspective, are contributing greatly to happiness in terms of the way that they are benefiting the planet. So one could look at all of that data and say, yes, there are very definitely things that we can learn from other countries, very definitely things that we could look at and say, actually, as a society, in some ways, we're quite dysfunctional. And I'm sorry to be critical of us, but I think we need to be self-aware, and I think there's a lot of stuff we can do. I think there's a lot that's going on that's not very good. But it's not the end of the world. I mean, as Becky was saying, there's stuff that we can do to help ourselves. But it's a great question. Thank you.
I don't know the answer is a two, but
I wasn't actually just thinking countries and societies, other organisations or others, widen it.
Absolutely.
That's rather than
in terms of attitudes towards consent, the BDSM community are really good because they actively talk about it and they understand it so that you don't get the sort of implicit heteronormative stuff that goes on around gender. So that wasn't the thing I was expecting to say. So like bondage and dominance and sex. But the other thing I would say is equality. If you get attitudes towards you, we can measure individuals' attitudes towards equality, and basically, the better that is, that's a better indicator of things like sexism, lower sexism, lower racism. So generally equality is what we're looking for. But so that all looks good for us.
Sorry, very quick word. The very interesting publication called The Spirit Level, which basically indicates that the more equal a society is, the more kind of spiritual fair, if you like, it is, the happier it is, the more productive, and the better people are in terms of their, well-being in their lives, basically. So there's a lot of good stuff that's out there that can help us, and I think we can learn from it.
Thank you. Round of applause, everyone. The next section, we were supposed to have a half hour, so I can close it a bit short if you don't mind. So we'll be back in about 15 minutes. But we'll be going into the studio. So I'll be handing over to our second wavers who will be doing some more active stuff with you. So we have that to look forward to. And then, as Hannah said, we'll be having a performance from some of our winners as well, so we can look at bystanders and kind of unpack that. Hot seat, it's going to be all great stuff. So help yourself to refreshments if you need the loo, and then we'll be back in 15 minutes, but in the studio next week.
There's always something to do. Always something to do.
There's a brown bag in there, a blue thing, my laptop. My laptop.
Yeah. So. Yeah, so.
Is there some pre-meetings?
If you want
Oh my God, they came and ate it. Oh my
I do.
I'll just show you.
Is this one working? Yeah.
You need an expert. Is that you're not gonna get that? We've done the brilliance. I think I was seeing as well. So then it just feels like
Thank you.
So I'm just taking, sorry.
How are you?
Good. You're right, Hannah.
What club music do you want? I've got some options. No, I've got some options. Do you want to hear them now? We can just have them on this soon. Oh, no, I'll have to download that. Or just anything that's good with that. Like this.
You know, so we really never had no home life.
Some Drake. I'll just act him out. Yeah.
Do you want anything else up there?
Could you play it where we're not playing it? Tamsin! Hey, all right. I'm coming next. Don't box me, don't box me. Oh, right. And then once the computer stop it, when the boys start, when the boys are
Everyone's been approved. How was it? I don't know.
I don't think it's a discussion bit though. I'm just with the introduction and then we haven't had a discussion.
Oh, it's in the. Come in, just, just come in, big one.
Cheryl, do you have?
I literally just did this here.
Yeah, I printed it out on a nice little thing for you if you want it. Or this and the little things that I have.
What's this?
Yeah, but I went to the wow.
But all I'm doing is Cheryl, I know it's all I'm doing is this bit. I don't have to just come over where I'm doing it and then pass over to Tamsin. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, I just thought you might want them. Oh, that's hard situation. Honestly, I don't think.
Yeah, you're gonna be called that now.
Did you eat? Did you eat the rice?
Yeah.
Oh. People are picking on. I'm literally tired of now. But South, it's not many more, I'm not gonna lie.
I'll come and take photos. Okay.
I think it's you that put second wave on Twitter. Did you?
Yes.
It's so nice. I see Twitter come up and then it's like second wave. Oh my god, it's a lot.
Yeah, we'll be every Friday, I do the whole month, and then we make events. Yes, right. So get back on it.
Yeah, I said to Anna.
I said it was nice to see you.
I said, oh god, someone else on Twitter and said, yeah, that's Hannah, I know her. I said, well, tell us to bloody get him.
I know, that's ridiculous. It's not that hard.
Yeah, but it's lovely, it's really lovely to see.
Yeah, I think it's important as well, isn't it?
Yeah, no, really, it's lovely. So, yeah, it's out there, isn't it?
Yeah, something good, positive, it doesn't make people at time, rather than, you know, negative ones.
She's still staying. Cool. More psychology. We need your light if we need them.
We've got it up very quickly.
Right, and?
Yeah, whoever's in there needs to come now.
Persuade. Persuade you to have a look? This one better, Anne? Yes. Do you want any other text? Or this is it? Happy to just. Well, it's public section, right? Okay. And then we've got this.
I think you can wait.
Yeah.
And get yours.
Thank you.
I don't need the words. I just need to extricate myself from this. So
That's where it was. Oh, that's where that was. Yeah.
I can take the 0. Okay. No problem. Is that it? Take some photos. Is this it's okay? This bag looks a bit weird. Is it supposed to be there? Not for this bit. It's just someone's personal bag.
Phil's probably there, isn't he?
So you need me in here.
You need you in here, don't worry.
All right. I'll take some photos in there.
Yeah, that'd be good, yeah, great.
So for this case, I'll be and first let's go sit down. Okay, so for anyone who somebody is in and it will say anyone who, when we say anyone who, person will have to say anyone who, okay? That's how I release to myself. I say anyone who goes second wave. If someone has driven a 2-second wave, they have to get up and find another share. Okay? So again, if I say anyone who has driven the second wave, everyone who has driven the second wave will have to find themselves a chair. Okay, so for the person to meet today, we also have to find an empty seat. So everyone who's
They're over here.
Yeah, they're meant to be.
Gosh.
Anyone who if you have ever given out a false name or false number, something is very okay, next one, step into the middle. If you ever said no to somebody who's asking you no. Or what? Said no to somebody who's asking you no. Okay, this is interesting. So how? Right, next one, take a step in, so step into the middle, if you've ever been stranded for the night out or on party. Okay, one last one then. Alright, last one. Step into the middle if you have ever been worried about. We can use that entrance over there, please, and please come through to the studio. Thank you. Everyone come in. Is there enough seats for everyone?
Have a seat. You can sit anywhere. Anywhere you feel comfortable. You can sit where you were sitting, or you can find a seat anywhere. Is that everyone? Well, we're going to do some performance for you now. So it would be nice if you're a bit closer. So if you're sitting in the PA, come sit at the front. Sit at the front. That would be lovely. So you can enjoy the performance. Okay. Fantastic. Is this everybody? Okay. All right. So, hello everyone. Me again. Hi, Kathleen. Hi. So I'm sorry I didn't join you in the games. I've got a bit of a knee injury I'm recovering from, so I'm here. But I'm here. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, that sound good? Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much. Okay. After 3, we're going to take a deep breath in and then breathe out. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Breathe in. And then breathe out. Yeah? So we're going to do that again. This time I want you to just feel your breath on your chest. Put your hand in the chest. Yeah? So take a deep breath in. 1, 2, 3. And then breathe out. You're here. You're present. You guys were doing a running around in there, so now you're here. And we're going to do some performance material for you. So I'd like to introduce Peace. What's it like, Peace? So myself and Peace were part of the My Life sessions that we were doing here at Second Wave for Young Women. And we were doing some writing, some songwriting. And we would love to share a lyrical piece with you now, if that's cool. As well as this lyrical piece, you're going to see a scene with the group that Saki was working with, which will come after this lyrical piece, yeah? So this lyrical piece is called Fight For Me. Did you name it Fight For Me? I think we decided on that time. Yeah. So I introduced you guys to a little bit of that call and response in there. So we're going to ask you for some help and to join us on the song, yeah? And we will recall that Fight For Me in the track. We'll recall it and you guys can join in. We'll give you the instruction, yeah? Is that cool? Yeah. Yeah? Okay, fantastic. All right. You got it. You're feeling the music? Join along. This is a piece about resilience. Fight for yourself, fight for your voice. Yeah. Fight for me, say that fight for me. Fresh energy, fresh energy, fresh energy, fresh energy. Fight for me, say that fight for me. Fresh energy, recovery. When life is on repeat, I enlighten on my feet. I get up and I breathe. I take a deep breath and proceed. My energy is fresh up. If I step up, will I be safe? Will I pass it by? Remember my face. So I try to fight for me. So I try to fight for me. Fresh energy, fresh energy, fresh energy, fresh energy. Fight for me. So I try to fight for me. Fresh energy, recovery. Everywhere I go, I'm alone. Never talk to your whole side. Brother, I'll never be seen. I'll never be. Seems like a small price to pay, but it's a hell of a load to carry. I carry. Seems like a small price to pay, but it's a hell of a load to carry. I carry. Fight for me. Said I gotta fight for me. Yeah. Fresh energy, fresh energy, fresh energy, fresh energy. Fight for me. Said I gotta fight for me. Yeah. Fresh energy, recovery. Yeah. Take a deep breath. Let's get the violence. Cycle, repeat the cycle. The resistance, but with these lyrics, I'm your business. Young black girl, tell my story. Hope you listen. Say with my chest, with utter conviction. So I gotta fight for me. Say I gotta fight for me. Yeah. Fresh energy, fresh energy, fresh energy,
fresh energy, fight for me. Say I gotta fight for me. Fresh energy, recovery. When I say fight, you say for me, fight for me. When I say fresh, you say energy, fresh energy, fresh energy. When I say fight, you say for me, fight for me. When I say fresh, you say energy, fresh energy, fresh energy. Fight for me. Say I gotta fight for me. Fresh energy, fresh energy, fight for me. And I got my fresh energy, fresh energy, my fresh energy. And I got my fresh energy, fresh energy, my fresh energy. Thank you so much. Literally, we got that together last week, yeah? But it's such immense talent here at Second Wave. We worked on that collaboratively. Thank you so much. All right, so now I'm going to hand over to Safi, and we're going to just do a little bit of a shift. I can hand over to Safi. Please welcome Safi.
Hey, how are you doing? Good. So my name is Safi, and I'm a workshop tutor and youth and community worker here at Second Wave. And I lead a session called the Critical Encounters workshop. And throughout the next 30 minutes, together we'll explore the impact of the bystander effect, and we're also going to have a look and discuss public sexual harassment. This is an opportunity. Sorry, I'm loud.
Hello, this is too tall for me.
Is it?
Yeah.
We can fix that. I know all about things being too tall. Thank you. So this is an opportunity for us to get to know each other, explore and exchange different ideas. So we'll start by unpacking the definition of public sexual harassment, which is usually sexually intimidating behavior in person, in public places, or online. So on your tables, you've got a piece of paper. And if you're by yourself, keep joining on the table. So on this piece of paper, you're going to find the definition of public sexual harassment. And what I want you to do for the next 5 or so minutes is to discuss this definition, and there are 2 questions on the next page. What I want you to do is discuss those questions, explore it, and we're going to come back, and when we come back, I'll ask each table to present what you've spoken about. So, as you discuss, I want you to think of one key thing, one key takeaway that you're going to share with the rest of us when we come back. Sound okay? Yeah? So 5 minutes, you go. Just before you get way too into it, don't forget to introduce. So maybe share your name and one thing you're interested in.
Three more minutes.
Right, you've got 3 more minutes. Don't forget to turn the piece of paper over. You've got 2 questions on the other side, yeah?
So if I see you have yes, I want you to how you feel when you go up to the side, especially when you go up to the side, some guys don't want to come up there. So I'm not looking like it's more but you might
Right, you've got 1 more minute.
but like she's developed. So a man can find us staring at us and staring at the front. And I'm not staring at people. I can't feel like staring but then like it's not so fast. Now it's
Okay, should we come back? Okay. Brilliant. Sounds like some nice discussions are going on. It's always good when people keep going because that means the questions are really interesting. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to each table. I just want to hear what was the key takeaway from the conversation that you've had in your group. So should we start over here and then we'll ping our way around the tables. Do you want to just share your name before you talk?
Everyone, so I'm Darren. So should public sexual harassment be defined as a crime? I think we were unanimous and we thought yes.
Hate crime.
Yeah, hate crime. And our kind of thinking behind that was that there are already a number of kind of laws about how you can't behave in a public space, and they grow in their kind of severity and the level of behaviour. So for this to be actually such an important area of public harm, why wouldn't you use that kind of law that you've already got in that space? It just makes sense. And then the importance of the role of the bystander in tackling hate crime incidents, we all agree, really important. And the takeaway was, if you want to see change, then everyone's got to be the change that they want to see in the world. We all spoke about examples where bystanders have almost been a voyeur. And it's not that you have to pull your pants over your trousers and become Superman kind of thing. You can do something positive, like call, the police. You don't have to put yourself in harm's way. I had an experience where a friend of my sister's, there was an altercation happening just outside the house, just down the road, and it was really bad. I could hear a fight noise, and they didn't get involved, and it turned out it was their son. And that's not the kind of salutary lesson.
Thank you very much for sharing. So we'll come over to the next table, and just as a reminder, it's okay if you repeat anything that's already been said. It's just really good to hear everyone's thoughts. So we'll come over to the table.
This is Darian, and this is Darian. We all agree that yes, mostly it's because they're targeting women. And personally, I feel like they are targeting women, but not sometimes it might make it be sexual. Sometimes it was their pleas and their sexual needs. Sometimes, yeah, they might even have hate towards women. I don't know, maybe because they went through a divorce and that's why they fit stereotyping all women, stuff like that. And then number two, it's very important to call it out. But I personally feel like they can record it and also help the person as well. So then when the police comes and then they do that on website evidence or in court, they can just show it.
Thank you very much, Patrice. So we'll go over to the back middle table for a second.
We will agree that public sexual harassment.
No, please.
I know your name, but I'm Carla.
Cynthia.
So we've all agreed that public sexual harassment should be defined as hate crime. But what was interesting about it is that we got first-hand experience of both being the victim and also the bystander. Perhaps they can share if only if you.
Yeah, like on the bus when the man was just too close to me, and I assumed that it was an accident, but then like seeing him do it to other women and having to kind of intervene because clearly it's not an accident. So yeah, you get caught in this kind of situations. Like everyone see you acting crazy, and you kind of feel like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have said something.
Mine was going out with friends in the club. It's just kind of seen as a norm, which is quite sad. That guy is approaching you and touching you without permission, kind of thing like the norm. But obviously me, I'm very violent. If you come near me, you will feel my wrath. So yeah, he felt my wrath. And with the bystander, obviously I've got a little cousin, she was 16 at the time. She is quite developed, she's quite pervasive at such a young age. So I saw the old man staring at her, and I've now leant forward and stared at him back. And he just refused to look away, so I'm thinking, okay, so now you want problems. So he's come forward, he's come close to her. I didn't tell her at the time because she's young, so I've now grabbed her, pulled her behind me, and I said, if you want to fight, we can go outside. So then I'll fight with
Thank you very much, ladies. Come on over.
Yes, I don't know how much, we were actually, it's interesting because we were thinking about, should be, public health, sexual health is a hate crime. But then we're thinking, what does it amount to? So it's really interesting to hear. But basically, we just thought it was something that was about humiliation, something that was unwanted, something that was intrusive, and something that was threatening, and that's a hate crime. So we sort of talked about, when a lady's walking down the road or something, oh, you've got nice legs or something. Sometimes they make nice. Like that. Sometimes they're not intimidated. So it's and this is where, it starts getting great. So, sometimes you see it, start talking, laughing, you're fine.
and that's it, kind of like, and being able to understand that that's sometimes happens too.
So the other thing was the role of the bystander. I mean, what I've learned from today, that it's good to intervene and say something. And I can think dozens of times when I've seen something and wanted to say something and thought, oh, God, you know, will I get beaten up or, but actually from today, I think actually it's a good thing to do. It's a hard call because you think, maybe I'm putting myself at risk. So there's something about the community, it's about the group saying no. So if you're in a bus stop and you see something else, maybe you can ask somebody else to join you to say, actually that's not correct. Because, or, you know, stop. Because I think then, you know, that's helped me think that through. As a dynamic, but actually not talk. And I often do speak up, but it's really scary, isn't it? So, you know, it's that's really helped me to think about actually that it's appropriate to do that. Just kind of, so, you know, kind of try to do it.
I've seen that a few times at the train station, or in the train, where a nice lady come on and a young boy approaches a woman in front of the woman, and the girl doesn't answer, and then this guy just starts doing a charade. I've seen it a few times in different media, just a charade, that they ignore me, they stop talking to me, or not talk to me. But actually, the few times it's happened, it's been quite clear. Other men have kind of stepped in and said, oh,
yeah,
it's not that.
It's the group, isn't it?
It's the group.
It doesn't come together, the community come together.
Yeah.
And it's really safeguarding, isn't it?
Yeah, it happens with men, with other men help, you know, but I've seen it with maybe carried a woman. And it happens much more difficult, I think, to get unity to do it. I think when you're older like me, I would, but when you're younger in the part, young carriage.
It becomes a bit difficult. Brilliant, thank you very much. Do you want to share your name with us?
Oh, Jamie.
Hello, Caroline. Lovely. Thank you very much, Jamie. And we're going to come over to this group, this table.
Hi. Yeah, we agreed that vice intervention is going to be really important to tackle hate crime in lots of different ways. With the sexual harassment as a hate crime, I don't think we could really, we just didn't really know that much because, so for example, we've already got laws, but people aren't using them, so I don't know why changing the law would change that because the law's not working.
Yeah.
So we really think it was important that, you know, gender sort of fall off the agenda and that we recognise this is, you know, this is hate, but it's like what practical use is it if people, for whatever reason, aren't accessing it. So we made sure on that one, but we did it really well.
Brilliant. And your name?
Sorry, I'm Becky.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And last but not least, our final table.
My name is Anthony, and this is Kite. So the first question, I couldn't really, find an answer for it, but she had said that she agreed that it was a hate crime, and a point that I made is that sexual harassment does happen to men, but it doesn't really get reported on, since men don't really think of it as sexual harassment. They think of it as, oh yeah, this girl, she likes me, and stuff like that. But once the situation passes and you think about it, that's when you realize that they got sexually harassed.
Yeah.
And the second question, you said that they do have an important role in the situation, so that they can help to a certain extent, as in like stepping in, and you had said that you saw a video on
I saw a video online of a woman who was observing a situation that she felt didn't seem right. And she wouldn't chose to walk away or sit down. So she followed her instinct, crossed the road. She saw a woman and a man, and the woman didn't look comfortable with the man. So the observer crossed the road and pretended that she knew the woman, hey, how are you? I haven't seen you for ages, and stuff like that. And then was basically asking her if she's all right with the guy, and she was like, no, and then she said, do you want to come with me? I was like, yeah. And then she managed to get the girl out of the situation safely. So based on things like that, I feel like bystanders that see something going on, usually they intervene if they feel like it's risk-free. But their role is definitely important because they're a witness to the situation, and you really never know how it's going to go. Like if you don't step in, you don't know what's going to happen to the person. So yeah, I'll say the bystander's role is very important.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Some really interesting points there, I think, from all tables. Not just about public sexual harassment, but the role of the bystander and how you make that decision in those moments. So we're just going to unpack that a little bit more. So I'm going to show you, well, I'm not going to show you, but some of our waivers are going to show you a short scenario. And the scene you're going to see stems from some of the conversations between both young people and police officers in our critical encounters workshops throughout second wave. And in these workshops, we explore the current issues young people face, creating a safe space through the means of drama and performance. And one of the conversations we had really highlighted the responsibility that some of us felt, when you see younger people at a party and you're just not quite sure what to do, right? They're too young to be there, and you know they're too young to be there, but you're just not quite sure what to do, how to get involved, especially if something goes wrong. So the scene follows a young woman on her journey home from a party. It's quite a layered scene, so you're going to see quite a few things going on. She decides to leave the party early, leaving some of her friends behind, after a boy got a bit aggressive with her when she didn't want to dance with him. And she's approached by two young men at the bus stop. And as the situation unfolds, you're going to meet a few bystanders and see what it is that they do when they see the scenario. After the scene, I'm going to give you an opportunity to ask some of the characters questions about, how they felt, what drove them to make the decisions that they made, just to better understand the perspective. So with that,
Listen, I'm not ruining your evening. If you like the guy, then you can stay. But I'm genuinely done. No, did you see the way he read me? I was just, he wasn't leave me alone, man. All I said is that I didn't want to dance. It's not funny. I was genuinely scared. You know what, yeah, never mind. I'm taking the note, Ross. What? I don't. Yeah, man. I'll text you. Okay, bye.
Bro, that pipe was so dead, man. It was like, bro, it was always your fault, bro. She was supposed to come. Whatever, man. She didn't come, okay? Man, this shit ate. Bro, I'm gonna go piss here. Just be quiet. Say what? Bro, shush. I need to focus, bro.
Oh my god, it's them. It's the guys from the party. Okay. It was dark. They're probably drunk.